Welcome back once again to the long-term plan hearing. We have received an apology for partial absence from Councillor Templeton, who needs a bit of leave today. Also received apologies for lateness from Councillor Coker and Councillor Goff. I know that when he does join us, Councillor Goff will be on Zoom. Tim is happy to move it and Tyrone is happy to second it. Can I put that motion? All those in favour? Aye, thank you, Carrie, goodbye. I have received no declarations of interest, so we'll move on to our first submitter and welcome Nikki.
Good morning, Mayor and Councillors. Thank you for your time this morning. The short version is that we do not support a rates rise that is 3 times the rate of inflation. The rate increase is far too high. At a time when businesses and households are working hard to balance their budgets and exist within their means, our view is that the Council needs to do likewise. It is not just the percentage increase that the Council should consider. It needs to take into account the rates charged by other local authorities. And in every example I looked at yesterday, the Christchurch City Council rates were more expensive than the rates for similar properties in other local authority areas. For example, I compared the 23-24 rates for a medium-scale commercial property on Colombo Street in the central city with a similar value commercial property on Queen Street in Auckland. The rates for the Colombo Street property were 11% higher per $1 million of capital value. I also compared the 23-24 rates for similarly valued residential properties in Rolleston and Burwood. The rates for the Burwood property were 9% higher per $100,000 of capital value than the rates for the property located in Rolleston. In hard money, the rates for the Burwood home in Christchurch were $500 more a year than the rates for the similar property in Rolleston. I also compared the 23-24 rates for similarly valued industrial properties in Rolleston and Christchurch City. The rates for the Christchurch City industrial property were 5 times higher per $1 million of capital value than the rate for the property located in Rolleston. These examples are all real examples and sobering figures showing that Christchurch City Council rates are more expensive than rates for similar properties in other local authority areas. The Council needs to be very aware of the costs of rates on its residents, ratepayers and businesses, and show responsible financial management and ensure the rates rise is a lot less than the proposed rates rise. The impact on ratepayers, businesses and consumers from the rates rise is very real. The rates rise contributes to increased costs in a cost of living crisis and also adds stress to businesses in very, very tough economic environments. There are a number of factors that we consider the Council needs to consider carefully. First, the Council needs to review its functions and evaluate whether they are necessary or add value for ratepayers. Secondly, Council needs to consider affordability as well as levels of service. I understand that ratepayers have indicated that they don't want service reductions. However, if the questions about service levels were framed in an affordability context, I expect the answers would be very different. Just by way of example, I noticed that the Sumner Library was open on Easter Sunday. This was ludicrous. It was a day in which retail stores and commercial businesses were closed, and I certainly didn't expect the library to be open. One area we do support additional bid funding is for major events. There is a clear return on investment, and it doesn't make sense not to invest in attracting events to Christchurch, given the commitment shown by the Crown, by the Council, and by local private investors to the rebuild of Christchurch. We have certainly invested because we believe in Christchurch and we want to see the city as a vibrant and thriving place. Major events bring people to our city and provide employment opportunities and a valuable profile for Christchurch. We are supportive of the Council's proposal not to provide operational funding for the Arts Centre Trust. We feel that it is not appropriate for our tenants to be subsidising the operational costs of the Arts Centre. It may be appropriate for the Trust or the Council to find more sustainable management model. Our key message is that we would like the Council to reconsider the rates rise and consider its functions and affordability for ratepayers. In an environment when all households and businesses are carefully considering their budget, the Council needs to do likewise. An approach of simply passing on a substantial increase to ratepayers is not appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you. Perfect timing. Thank you very much for coming in.
Thank you.
Okay, Sarah Jackson. Not yet? Oh, yes, yes. There you go. Sorry, I didn't see you behind the seat. Good morning.
Morena. Kia ora koutou katoa, ko Sarah tōku ingoa. Hello everyone, my name is Sarah, I'm 32 years old, and I have lived here in Ōtautahi for 30 of those years. I was born in Ōtautahi, and I love the city. I'm stoked to be here today to be able to present to you. So I'm here to express the urgent need for Christchurch City Council to become the first city in Aotearoa, New Zealand to endorse the plant-based treaty. So you might be wondering who I am. I am one of the organisers for the Christchurch branch of the plant-based treaty, and myself and a team of roughly 15 organise events such as seed giveaways, plant-based food giveaways, and PBT merchandise giveaways. So our mission is to promote a just transition toward a plant-based food system that would enable us to live safely within our planetary boundaries and reforest the earth. And we need your help. Action to improve accessibility and promote the consumption of plant-based foods in Christchurch will help to mitigate and adapt our city to the impacts of climate change, improve social justice and economic well-being, and support Christchurch in reducing its consumption-based emissions. By moving away from an animal-dominant food system, we will open the door for more opportunities to reinforce the Christchurch City Council's food resilience policy that aims to nurture our health and well-being, strengthen communities, enrich new ways of thinking, and cultivate a resilient, sustainable, and thriving local food economy. Christchurch City Council's Programme 10, the Sustainable Food System, focuses heavily on food waste, which is great. However, with New Zealand currently importing an average of 2.9 million tonnes of animal feed a year, with a value of about 734 million, it would only make sense to move away from such a system and use the majority of food produced to feed people. There has never been a more urgent need for the plant-based treaty. This position is strongly supported by leading scientists globally, and currently 27 cities have endorsed the plant-based treaty. In January 2023, Edinburgh became the first Scottish city and European capital to join the initiative, and I quote the Council's stance: "While endorsing the treaty is non-binding and holds no legal risk, it does represent a public acknowledgement that food production and consumption are key drivers of the climate crisis." Now, I know that Christchurch City Council endorsing the plant-based treaty will not solve our climate crisis. But however, it will indicate that we are taking proactive and meaningful steps to meet our emissions target of becoming carbon zero by 2045. By implementing this framework alongside other leading cities like Los Angeles, Amsterdam, and missed a page. Another city in Northern Ireland. I have missed a page. Oopsie. we will show that that we care about the food consumption's emissions. Yeah. So, does anybody have any questions?
Okay, Tim first, please.
So I've got a great veggie garden and fruit, but I walk around and I see very few people that have gardens, have vegetable gardens. So with us signing this, isn't it about changing attitude? Because I'd love a bit of room to have a pig and a cow because I like meat, but obviously that doesn't happen in the middle of a city. But isn't it about changing attitude rather than an organisation like this? Isn't it about getting out there and educating people about why not have a garden?
Absolutely, and that is our aim. So our aim is simply to promote sustainable, healthy and economically viable alternatives. And ideally this will be led by our council.
Okay.
Okay, Andre, please.
Thank you. A lot of things in the treaty mean they'll be more central government or regional government based, but in terms of our council, a lot of it looks like things that even people who eat meat wouldn't really need to feel threatened by in any way.
Absolutely.
Are you able to just talk a bit about that and why someone who may live in Christchurch but eat meat should still see the advantages of what the demands are in here, which
Yeah,
aren't
absolutely.
too threatening?
Yeah, for sure. I feel like a plant-based future is just over the horizon, and I don't feel like we're prepared. There's money to be made and opportunities for Aotearoa to lead the world in new types of plant-based foods, but all New Zealanders will need to be a part of this.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you very much for taking the time.
I actually also have some seeds and bookmarks,
Okay.
and I'm going to leave them with Yanni to distribute.
Well done, thank you. John, please.
Good morning.
Morning.
My apologies for not being here earlier. I had a medical misadventure and was unable to talk very well. And thank you for the team that rescheduled me.
You're welcome.
If we look, we can't see that. If we look on here, it is. We have Spencerville here on the screen, and there's a cycle trail. I'm John Mowat. I'm from the east, and I'm the current chair of the Residents Association in New Brighton. I'm a cycle trail advocate. Right? I'm not pushing for Harewood Road. I'm pushing for the coastal one that's going to Picton. Right? This is something that will generate money, real money. I'm from Queenstown originally. I spent 18 years there, and I've seen the Wakatipu Trails network just blossom. People go there and stay there for 3 and 4 and 5 days. The last link in the chain between Dunedin and Queenstown is going in right now. The diggers, or 12-ton diggers, are working right now. It's going to take them a year, but they'll connect up and you'll be able to ride from Queenstown to Dunedin. It's a 5-day ride. Here we had a plan for Wheels to Waipara, which got converted into the Pegasus Bay Cycleway. But there doesn't seem to be anyone in charge of anything, and it's just languishing and nothing's happening. However, from here, I can ride my e-bike to New Brighton on reasonably good trails. This is the odd little patch that's a bit narrow, but they're pretty good. 98% of it is, in fact, really good. And when I get to New Brighton, you can have meals, stay the night, whatever you want to do, go to the hot pools. It's a great place to go to. Play on the beach, look at the birds down that come in from Russia once a year. Then you head north up Marine Parade and eventually go through the forests. All of it's pretty unmarked, no arrows, no signage, you've sort of got to find your way, but you can get all the way to Spencerville. From there, it stops. There's a trail that you'll see if I look on the big screen. There's the big estuary. And the trail goes along the edge of the estuary, and the coastal rangers are doing their absolute best to keep it open. But if it's raining, if it has rained in the last month, it's pretty rough, hard to find, difficult, not very good. Once you get to over, it's moving around, about there, there's a big sphere, the big, it's a big fanfare. Once you get to that, you can then easily cross the Waimakariri River on a custom-made clip-on cycle bridge. It's fantastic. From there, you can get to Kaipoi, through the back streets of Kaipoi. From there, you can get easily all the way to Pines Beach on a trail. From there, all the way up the coast until you arrive at Pines Beach, Wood End, and even further up until you get to the Ashley River. From there, and it's on the beach and it's away from cars and the views are spectacular, and it's, in my opinion, some of those views are world class. They're really cool. Once you get to there, you go up the Waimakariri until you get to Rangiora. And from there, down to Railside Ave, back down to Kaipoi, cross the river and back here. That's a pushing 100-kilometre trail. That's 2 to 3 days. The Airbnbs will make money. The coastal towns will make money. One of the coast-to-coast winners, he's got a bus company ready to go to pick. If you are going to be spending the night, he'll pick up your bags and drop them off, and you arrive, you do your thing, and your bag will be dropped off somewhere else. Usually about $10 a bag. This is like rail trail. Yes.
I can't ask a question until you finish, but are you nearly done, John?
No.
You haven't?
No.
Can I ask a question anyway, Phil?
No, I want to make sure we do get some questions in because I've got two, but carry on, John.
Okay, so from Spencerville to the fanfare, there is no trail. You can't get up the river and then onto the flood banks to come up. We had a meeting called Soup in town, and many people heard this little presentation, and they said, why don't we just go straight through? So could the council, the question is, could the council please find out who the project manager is for the coastal trail and ask them to find a way through and then finance it? We've got a 100-kilometre cycle trip ready to go, but we've got this 4-kilometre gap, only 4 kilometres. That's all. That's the problem.
Okay, thank you. We can certainly look at that. Kelly, please.
Thanks, John. Having biked all around that area many times, it's great. You can actually get along the stop banks by on the Waimak on
Yes, it's
on
the
the
stop
south
bank
side.
to Spencerville. That's the issue.
Just my question is, who's driving this? You are.
No,
Okay.
no, you are, because you're part of the council, and the council are part of the.
Okay. Well, that's the first
bills
I've
to
heard of it. It's
Waipara.
just that who's driving it down south? Because
How do you mean down south?
well the Dunedin to Queenstown one? Yeah.
The one that's being built right now is the Central Otago District Council
Okay.
through a trust.
Yeah.
Thank you, Kelly.
Excellent.
Now, we are running it. If
We've
we
run.
start like this, we'll never get out of here today. But one more from Celeste, real quickly, please.
This is a timely request because I think yesterday or the day before we had someone talking about how we had a lot of national trails and there's a lot of people wanting to use them, and with people with money to spend are looking to spend them, but we need to kind of get them coming to Christchurch on one of these trails, and that would be a great opportunity. Would wayfinding be another thing, that signage?
Signage would be ideal. That would be really, really good.
And then
you, Celeste.
Through the coastal ranges.
and the other part would be connecting with the park rangers, is it?
Yes, coastal ranges.
That's something we can
Thank
pick
you.
up, isn't it? Thank you.
Brilliant.
So
Thank you, John, for your effort and passion. Thank you.
Could we put a question through to NZTA to see? I think it is a government trail. That one, it's Aotearoa Trail, the top to the bottom. It's part of it.
Well,
Can do. We'll ask them.
The connection from Waimakariri.
Leanne, please.
Kia ora everyone. I'm Leanne Watson from Business Canterbury, and this is Tate Dench, formerly known as the Canterbury Employers Chamber of Commerce, as some of you will recall. Right, the Christchurch City Council plays an important role as an enabler of economic activity and growth in our city and region. And right now, we are in a golden decade. We have a golden decade ahead of us. Business Canterbury is concerned about the rates hump outlined in the plan, highlighting the need for the council to maintain affordability while managing cost pressures. It is the responsibility of the council to control costs and make operating improvements to reduce those costs without compromising the services quality. Something that all businesses are having to do every day right now, given the current economic environment. There are very few businesses that would be comfortable, nor would get away with, increasing their prices by 14% right now. It should be obvious, but cutting costs is not the same thing as cutting services. Like businesses, the focus for the council should be on improving internal efficiencies, removing bureaucracy, and ensuring that staffing levels and the capability are aligned with efficiently delivering at those core services. And also driving Christchurch forward into the 2030s, not concentrating the conversation on cutting services alone. There's also a need for greater clarity and transparency on the outcomes we are getting for the money that you are spending. Few targets, measures or strategies in the document poorly inform ratepayers about the level of service and the ambition required to grow. For example, we might expect that over a measure of council investment, activity could be that GDP per capita grows by 5% per year, while house prices stay or are below 10% of the national median house price, and the average commute time in Christchurch remains 20 minutes, and so on. In its current form, there are only very vague targets like being a thriving, prosperous city, but no real detail on how you plan on doing that, and more importantly, how you plan on measuring and monitoring the progress and the success. These generic, vague goals simply would not work for businesses, and we're really struggling to understand how they're going to work for the council. Finally, on ambition, we understand that the long-term plan process is highly mandated, but the lack of ambition in the long-term thinking in the draft LTP, particularly when considering sustainable economic growth, is concerning to us. We pointed out in our submission areas where embedding sustainable economic growth into various strategies, goals and plans could start to shape the thinking and action that will enable the council to play its role in the city's growth and in our future. And part of the council's ability to enable growth, of course, comes through its stewardship of the local regulatory environment. In a recent survey, only 11% of businesses told us that the council supports and enables them well. If we want to meet our goals as a city to be the best place to live, to work, to play and to invest, businesses need to have the confidence and the certainty that local government is transparent in its decision-making processes and consistent in their policies and responsive and supportive of business needs. There are two specific points I want to leave you with. The first is the additional funding for major events bids. This is a must. If we want to take advantage of Te Kaha and Parakuri coming online and compete against Auckland and Wellington, who spend $5 to $6 million per year, the economic and social and the impact benefits are very clear, with the return on investment of 11 to 1 for major events and increasing to 35 to 1 for business events. It's definitely a yes from Business Canterbury. Next up is the strategic assets and financial strategy. You probably didn't think that I was going to let you away with that one. The council must look at the mandate for CCHL again and properly, and with open minds to drive gains in shareholder value for the council and allowing the subsidiary companies to respond to demand and invest in growth. The decision that was made earlier in the year is short-sighted and irresponsible given the challenging environment that the council now finds itself in. So that decision was definitely a no from Business Canterbury. Thank you.
Okay, time for one. Sam, please.
Hey, thanks, Leanne and Tate, for that. I always enjoy reading your submissions. Can you just elaborate a bit more on that climate fund? And I was interested in your comments around that. So you're supportive of it, but not us distributing it? Or can you just talk through what you're thinking there?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thanks.
There are some caveats, and I'll let Tate respond to that because it is something that is really important for us.
Yeah, so the main point was that we support the prospect of one, not the creation of one. I think there's a lot more that we need to think through first. So the first, as we outlined in our submission, was that there needs to be a bit more clarity on the purpose of what it might be. So if we think about a climate resilience fund, does that include earthquakes or any other sort of activity? We also want to make sure, similar to Leanne's point before about CCHL, that any decisions about how that fund may or may not be spent does not land with councillors. It needs to be independent, and that any future fund should specifically list businesses and freight corridors as something they're trying to protect.
Thank you very much. Thanks for
Thank
coming
you.
to the trouble to come in.
Thanks,
Thank you.
everyone.
Lena, please. Hello, good to see you.
Kia ora, we are a group of Year 9 to 12 students representing school-aged students who play canoe polo in Christchurch. We are looking to speak about the need for funding for canoe polo facilities at Lake Rotokahatu. Canoe polo is an exciting team sport played by people of all ages across a wide range of areas in Christchurch. Currently, we have players for 14 different schools playing canoe polo on a Wednesday afternoon, as well as 18 adult and school-aged club teams playing on a Tuesday and Wednesday evening. We also have 7 National League teams playing tournaments against other regions in New Zealand, and this includes several New Zealand canoe polo representative players. But our current situation is lacking in the necessities to provide for all of these teams.
We currently have 2 pitches, but as our sport has grown, we are now in urgent need of new infrastructure. We think it's crucial that the council invest in 2 new pitches and changing rooms at the lake. The current infrastructure is not nearly enough for these numbers, meaning we have absolutely no way to expand our sport. Because of the lack of these facilities, we currently have to cut game time short, cap team numbers in leagues and tournaments, and we have a constant struggle with the court space for trainings. Our lack of facilities also mean we have to travel to the North Island for tournaments, as our facilities aren't sufficient for hosting major tournaments or finals. This makes playing the sport expensive and inaccessible, meaning aspiring players, particularly school-aged players, are unable to compete and progress to the highest level we can. We are also in serious need of changing rooms for our players. Currently, there is nowhere for our players to get changed, making it embarrassing. This is a particular issue for school-aged players like ourselves and could provide a reason for young people to not progress with our sport.
One of our coaches, Jensen, came in on Wednesday to discuss the same issue, and we realised one of the questions he was asked was around the area that the 2 new pitches would go. So we take this opportunity to show you this presentation, which demonstrates where the new pitches would go at Lake Rotokahatu. The slideshow also shows the purpose-built facility in Hawke's Bay, which shows what we are competing against. Another question we understand Jensen was asked was around the total costing. We have now got that information, and it is estimated that the new facilities would cost around $800,000 to $1 million. We also noticed the idea of using pools, and the sea was discussed. The use of pools is expensive and is often inaccessible. To book a full 8-lane council pool, which is what would be necessary to play canoe polo, is $104 per hour, and demand and pool space allocation to other sports means all Christchurch City Council pools are booked out in the evenings for 2024. Furthermore, pools generally don't have enough space for full-size games, and these pools often don't want canoe polo players, as the boats damage the pool edges. In terms of using the sea, this is not a feasible option, as the unpredictability of weather means the sea would be too choppy to play in most of the time.
Thank you for listening to us today, and we hope you will take this into consideration. We understand that there are some consenting issues with ECAN to be able to expand the lake, but we hope all parties can work together to resolve these issues. We see that there is millions of dollars going into upgrading other sport facilities, and we urge you to provide equal opportunity for all sports, as smaller sports like canoe polo are unable to grow without council funding to provide the basic necessities to our players. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question from Tyler, please.
Good, guys. Can you hear me all right? I'm on the big screen. Sorry.
Yeah.
I looked at that Hastings Park, at the Mitre 10 Hastings Park, and I saw, if I'm correct, I saw they had 2 pitches. Are you asking for an extension to to be able to play 4 games at once?
Yes, so the Hastings Park has 4 pitches.
Okay.
And yeah, we've currently got 2 pitches and we're looking to extend to 4 pitches as well.
Okay, gotcha.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. One of the sad things that I do know about that being a dump, digging a hole where you thinking of it's a fantastic idea. Because it's on the edge of an old landfill, there'd be all sorts of grief. One of the ideas I had that I came up with, and you can't quite see it on that plan, but just above it, there's a walkway between the jet skis and where people swim.
Yeah.
Now, I went over to Melbourne once and they had a floating bridge, walked right across Albert Park, across the lake. I'm thinking that we could perhaps put a floating pontoon down there and take away a bit of that swimming lake, because no one swims over that side by that edge, and you have about 4 pitches right along parallel with that path. It would give you, and it wouldn't cost much. It's only the cost of the well, cost a bit for the pontoon, of course, but it gives you instant access to more good fresh water rather than doing. You start digging a hole in contaminated ground, and you get all sorts of grief. And I've talked too long, but thank you very much for your submission. It's very, very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll talk to Andrew about getting some advice on that. So
This is something the community board should lead.
it will be a few bob, but it's simple. Righto. Yeah. G'day, mate. How you doing? Good to see you. Welcome. The floor is yours.
Yeah, Mayor and the councillors. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak. I'm a retired council staff, and I'm very much aware, and I'm a volunteer in several community groups, the Rotary and the Project Management Institute, but I'm here speaking in my personal capacity. As an ex-council staff, I'm very much aware of the hard work being put in by the council staff in preparing the LTP. I've made my online submission, which covers a whole range of issues, but given the limited time, I have focused my feedback on just 2 suggestions, and I'm confident that this will benefit the council. And these are about managing ratepayers' money wisely and building trust. These are both part of the council's strategic priorities. Let's change this one. Create a continuous improvement project. The idea of continuous improvement is not new. In the past, we used to have this in our delivery unit as an activity with no budget, a good to do activity, but it was never a project. A project has tangible output. With the proposed average of 600 million being spent in the next 10 years, I'm sure there will be many opportunities for improvements. We read about this in the media often, how projects scope get changed after further deliberations. Change is good most of the time, but these improvements need to be recorded, needs to be shared, and the ideas are adopted for future projects. So this is where continuous improvement project comes in. A budget is required, a sponsor is required, and a deliverable is required. A half-yearly report on raising productivity, as was spoken earlier. And continuous improvement ideas can be raised by any unit. This will increase staff engagement, as I know staffs are always looking for a better way to do things. I'm quite confident that the cost of this project, which is probably about 0.33%, can be met by the savings. It's about being more effective and more efficient. My next suggestion is about the reinstalling the community partnership grant. This is important to help building trust within the community. I'm a volunteer at the Project Management Institute of New Zealand. We were a beneficiary of the $20,000 grant from the Sustainability Fund in 2021. And with this fund, we developed this climate change and sustainability development project management toolkit. This was released in November 2023. It has been circulated into 18 countries so far. Yesterday we had a talk, we gave a talk to the local council network. There were 94 members who attended the talk. The total cost of the project was 8 to 10 times more. So I'm sure there would be many other such community projects with good impacts. So there were several grants in the last LTP. These can be combined into one grant. This again aligns well with the outcomes, a collaborative, confident city. So in summary, my two suggestions align with the council's outcomes and strategic priorities. Continuous improvement project shows how the council is serious about managing ratepayers' money wisely, and the community partnership projects shows collaboration and building trust with the community. So I'm positive that these projects will have a positive, tangible, and intangible benefits for the council.
Thank you very much. That's absolutely perfect timing. Thank you for your submission. Thank you. Oh, sorry, Sam.
No, not a question, but can we get some information on that continuous improvement? Because I like the idea, and Auckland do it as well, and it's been quite successful. So it'd be cool to see how we can do that.
Got it down. Yep. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, young David.
Yes. Young David, together with Jenny Hughes, who, as you know, is a former chair of the Regional Council.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
I'll begin with congratulations. You are operating a progressive rating system. You are providing a high standard of services for water, wastewater, traffic lights, parks, etc. And you face the reality over cost increases and bitten the bullet with a necessary 13% rates increase. Rates are still great value for money. So overall performance, A+. But a B- for transparency on the cost of borrowing. In one place, we are told that 1.2 billion in loans will be repaid over 10 years. In another place, if you look hard enough, you can find that net interest costs 12.5% of rates. But nowhere, anywhere, does it say that of every rates dollar, 24 cents is needed for loan servicing. Now that's basic information which every ratepayer should know, but it's not there. People understand the mortgage. How much is the council mortgage? 24 cents in every dollar. And a B- on prudence. You have a policy to get back to fully funding renewals from rates, and that's prudent. But this year, you're proposing to go backwards. You've had this policy since 2015, but it's taking an awful long time to get there. Now, this is an unnecessary step backwards because the LTP contains a lot of capital projects that are desirable or necessary, but you cannot argue that they are urgent. Those projects can be deferred for a few years while you get on and fund those renewals from rates. You're a group of young councillors, pretty young, and I hope that most of you will still be here in 10 years. If you tackle the borrowing problem now, you will find that in 10 years, this council has got the flexibility to do so much more, including for climate change. Which have I got onto the next one? Yeah, I think I have. And when it comes to the inclusive city, I'm giving you a D-, because sadly, we have a city where people are sleeping on the streets and in cars. Now, the council, as you know, is spending a lot of ratepayer money on a covered stadium so that people can be sheltered from the weather when they watch a rugby match. You need to ask yourselves why you are not prepared to spend ratepayer money to shelter homeless people from the weather. That's all I've got to say. Over to Jenny.
Oh, well, good morning, everybody. Thanks for continuing these hearings. It's really important for democracy that you councillors listen in this way. So I'm really impressed that you've got so many submissions this year, and it's only getting better because we need to make sure that the public are continually involved in democracy and engaging as much as possible. So I love what you're doing in that space. I want to congratulate you about climate change. You have passed a motion deciding that the council believes it's urgent. And as far back as 2004, the council actually passed a very, very progressive sustainability policy. At the time, more citizens were engaged in the development of that policy than any other earlier. It was very, very successful. So behind the scenes, lots of good stuff has been going on all of that time. But now it's time, it's past urgent. You really have to be taking action across the whole organisation. You need to harness all the intelligence of all the staff and collectively what you've got round this table to take actions that the council can do to reduce carbon emissions. You'll find fantastic ideas if you do it that way. So for that reason, we are suggesting that you need to urgently set up a special committee, and it has to be across with the regional council. You must involve them. You must work together. This is about the whole of our region. We need to get planning. You need 6 or 8 of you to be on that committee. You need to go to a course at the university called Transition in Engineering. That will change the way you think about what's going on with the planet. You need to invest in this for yourselves, for the knowledge that you've got, and you need to do it urgently. And you need to review the principles for carbon emissions that you're operating on. You need to work proactively with staff about what they can do. You need to look at issues like waste minimisation. How about bringing back home composting again? Doing it through the libraries. We used to have worm farms there. We haven't got them anymore. It's more urgent to have worm farms now than ever. Stuff that doesn't cost you that much money. Every staff member could be following these principles in their day-to-day work. You must do it. And now today on the news, when I was driving in, the government is actually setting up in the Treasury a committee to look into the principles across New Zealand for climate change, weather, storms. You've got those as well, but you've got what should be ongoing action around climate change.
How's progress going there, Jenny?
Progress is not...
How's progress going on your submission?
Oh, we're nearly finished.
Oh, good.
1 more minute. I think that you just have to do it and do it now. And we are open for questions.
No, I'm sorry, we have no time left. You've used it all up.
Sorry.
Thank you. No, that's right. That's right. Yeah, no.
I think 5 minutes is too little, by the way.
Okay. Yeah, good. We've got a lot to do. Thank you very much for going to the trouble of coming in.
Thank you very much.
Is Bradley? How about you, mate?
Morning.
Hey, good.
Thanks for seeing me today. My name is Bradley Conda and I represent the hotel industry today. Thanks for hearing my position, or our position. I sit here before you today with a sense of pride and purpose. Our city has long been a beacon of resilience and renewal. Today, I urge you to reconsider the immense value that major events and business gatherings bring to our community and to consider allocating additional funds to bolster our efforts in bidding for such events. Allow me to paint the picture of the contributions our hotel industry makes as the economic vitality of Christchurch. The largest 20 hotels alone contribute $3.3 million in rates annually. Beyond this, our hotels are not only places of accommodation, but also engines of the economic activity, generating significant revenue for local suppliers. In fact, our hotels collectively invest millions per year in local suppliers, over 12 million food purchases alone, bolstering countless local businesses throughout the city. Our industry serves as a source of employment, with 1,255 employees, equaling 835 full-time positions, relying on the hotel sector for their livelihoods. These jobs not only provide financial stability for our residents, but also foster a sense of community pride. The Christchurch City Council's vision within the strategic framework is to create a place of opportunity for all, open to new ideas, new people, new investment, and new ways of doing things. A place where anything is possible. In alignment with this vision, the hotel industry of Christchurch seeks consistency in monthly occupancy to support this framework. The attractiveness of Christchurch lies in its total lifestyle value, including the amenities such as shops, schools, universities, and the world-class major events like Sail GP, Electric Avenue, Fast 5 and the Blacklash. The high attendance rates of these events reflect the residents' strong interest and desire for such experiences. To attract the new investment from the framework into the hotel sector, developers require a level of confidence. The market average in 2023 was only 69% for hotels. There is still progress to be made to entice further development. The increase in business events since 2022 has significantly bolstered occupancy for central city hotels, particularly those around Te Pai and the Town Hall. However, to encourage additional hotel development, a stronger winter period is necessary. In Christchurch, this can only be achieved through increased business events. A substantial return on investment generated by business events underscores their value to our city. With a return on investment of 51 to 1 over the last 2 years, the potential for return on investment in business events is evident. Between 2022 and 2024, Christchurch NZ has committed just under $1 million in subvention funds, resulting in an estimated visitor spend of $46.9 million. This demonstrates significant economic impact and benefits the business events bring to the city. I would ask, why cap the subvention funding when it comes with such a guaranteed return? We only pay for the events that confirm into the city. Yet the impact of our hotels transcends more than numbers. It extends to the very fabric of our city's identity. By serving as hosts to major events and business conferences, our hotels become catalysts for growth and development, attracting visitors from far and wide and infusing our streets with energy and excitement. The benefits of these events are felt throughout the entire community, from the bustling restaurants and shops to the cultural institutions that enrich our lives. However, to continue reaping these benefits and solidifying Christchurch's position as a premier destination for major events and conferences, we must be proactive in our approach. The competition amongst cities vying for these opportunities is fierce, and securing bids not only requires vision, but also resources. Therefore, I implore you to consider increasing the funds allocated to supporting our bidding endeavours, ensuring that Christchurch remains at the forefront of hosting New Zealand and beyond. By investing in the city's future as a hub for major events and business gatherings, we not only stimulate the economic growth, but also foster a spirit of innovation, collaboration, and community pride. Together, let's seize the opportunities that lie before us.
Thank you very much. One quick one, Andre, please.
Thank you. The question is around increasing, but in reality, what we're proposing is a substantial cut to event funding over the next 3 years compared to the last.
Correct.
What confidence do you believe that provides to anyone who might be considering investing and building a hotel in Christchurch?
No confidence.
No confidence.
We haven't had a new hotel built in the city of size, and it is a sizable hotel, that 200 room plus, that the city needs to continue to support Te Pai and the other events since before the earthquakes. There is no confidence from developers right now.
There is no confidence developers in that to do right now. Okay, man, to make it west.
Good on you, thank you. Michael, please.
Kia ora koutou, and thank you for the opportunity to come in and present on our submission to the draft LTP. We've restricted our submission just to the major event funding piece, which you've heard from a couple of people this morning. The first thing I would say is we certainly at Christchurch Airport understand the difficult choices facing this council. It's something we've talked about on a number of occasions between us. Beyond the stable dividends it provides, Christchurch Airport's a significant financial engine and ratepayer in the city. The economic activity generated at the airport saw a rating contribution last year of between $7 and $8 million on top of that dividend flow. So as we are growing, the value of that contribution is also growing. But while some of that's recovering, it means we also understand the substantial impact that rate rises will have on businesses. We also understand that the choices you make today and during this process on things like bid funding will also have flow-on impacts. We recognise, and you've probably heard us say this before, that the best way for us to create the most value and maximise our profitability in the immediate future is to continue our focus on the visitor opportunities and growth that exists in Otatahi Christchurch. It's in the city's interest that those events and activities that provide a return to it, whether it's through positive, social, wellbeing or economic impacts, or through financial returns from its ultimate investment in city assets and infrastructure, that those events are well supported. When I was preparing for today, I went back and I found this, and it'll be familiar to some of you. It's Destination 2025. And it's a piece of work that was done in the days after the earthquake, and it became the framework for what was our visitor strategy. It recognises that the importance of a strong visitor economy for the regeneration of our city. And it broke the recovery into a number of phases: getting organised for success, building momentum, and then finally accelerating. We should be in the acceleration phase now. And you've heard the words used by Business Canterbury around golden decade. That is where we should be. If you'll recall, the earthquake shifted Christchurch from a position of accumulated advantage to one of accumulated disadvantage, or a structural change. And that disadvantage was most apparent in the visitor economy, where we were locked out of participating in a number of sectors. And the final piece of the puzzle of successfully regenerating the local economy was leveraging the opportunities that would come our way. Attracting and using major events to build Christchurch's profile as a destination was seen as a major feature of this. Why is that? The numbers speak for themselves. The event sector nationally is considered to be worth around $700 million per year, and we've heard from people this morning about how ferociously that's competed for. Before the earthquakes, that was an area of accumulated advantage for the city. And aside from the social and wellbeing benefits, visitors, who are also temporary residents of this city, bring with them clear economic benefits. For every dollar spent locally by a permanent resident, a major events visitor to this city will spend $13. That rises to approximately $35 if they're a visitor for a major business event. Christchurch, New Zealand's forecast return from investing in that event funding over the next 10 years could be in the region of $670 million for the city. So the council should be commended for having made and continuing to make large capital investment in events infrastructure. Much of that is world class. And I think we also have to take our hat. We heard from the private sector this morning about the role they also play in that, and I think they deserve credit for that. And that investment has been well positioned, and it's secured our seat back at the highly competitive events table. And the city is now seeing the benefits flow through. We have a unique window of opportunity to capitalise on that new infrastructure. But in the absence of operational investment, we're less likely to be able to leverage that investment in infrastructure and fully re-establish ourselves as a premier events destination. And just finally, and if I may, this is slightly tongue-in-cheek, but there is a serious note to it. At a recent meeting, it was asked whether airports outside of this city would have an impact on tourism within this city. And I guess what I would encourage this council to do as you think about that is to take the opportunity to demonstrate its support for its tourism and visitor economy by supporting that event funding. Thank you.
Thank you. One question, Aaron, please.
Yeah, just quickly, we've had a lot of people asking for us to not cut the bid funding. Given how the value of it to the airport, would the airport be interested if we were putting some back to match it dollar for dollar?
I think that's always a conversation. It's probably not part of the LTP, but it's a conversation.
Would you be open to that conversation?
Well, I can't answer that here, but I'm sure it'd be a conversation if raised would be discussed.
Cool. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you, Michael. How do you spell it? Liz, please.
Good morning, councillors. My name is Liz DeLonga. I'm coming up to 6 years as a football coach. I've also coached mini ball and netball. During this time, I've seen kids with poor left, right, or hand-eye coordination thrive with the introduction of sport. I've seen kids afraid of the ball or marking players. By the end of the season, they have the drive and determination to get the ball, regardless of who's marking them. I've seen friendships grow between players to meet outside of the sport. I've seen kids not coping at school, but know that they will have friends at football. The value to kids, and in particular pre-teen kids, having friends outside of their school group is invaluable for their support, learning and communicating with different people, as well as their friendship skills. We have at least 3 grandparents coming to every game. In fact, we have about a 1 to 1.5 supporter coming to our games. That is a community. For 4 years, Centennial was our home ground for every game. The state of Centennial in the last 2 years has been very mixed. Games have been missed due to improper drainage of the field and extensive muddy sections, which affects the kids' play and practice. But the most hideous part of Centennial Parks is the toilets. For thousands of kids and supporters at Centennial Park every weekend, using the substandard toilet facility is frankly an embarrassment to the City Council. If you go down there on Saturday mornings, you will see the numbers of babies and toddlers in the support crowd. There's no baby changing facilities, no hot water, soap, sanitizer, and often no toilet paper. The female entrance faces away from the grounds. So whenever I've been there, I never let the children go on their own. Last year we practiced at Spraydon Park. At the start of the season, there was a big dip in the middle of the field. I coned it off every week, thinking it would be repaired. Later that season, deep tyre marks all the way down half the field, making it unsafe to practice on. I reported this thinking it would be fixed. It wasn't. So I was down to half a field with a hole in the middle. Innovative coaching. During the season, I picked up large cut branches and other materials on the field. One time I picked up a large orange cone from the field, cut into bits. I do not believe that the mower would not have seen this. There must be incentives and monitoring of mowers. I should not have to tell you what would happen if a child fell over on a sharp bit of plastic. P.S. I didn't leave it behind. Pre-season we practiced at Edmonds Park, which I was surprised resembled a dust bowl. I can't believe the situation of the location, and the soil is so bad that grass can't grow there. For the first game this year, we were to play at Beckenham Park, but it was announced late Friday night that the game will be at Hagley Park. The lines weren't done. The time of the start of the season was known for months. Lines should be done 2 weeks before the start of the season so we can have adequate practice for our upcoming games. We have seasons where 3 to 5 games have been cancelled or practices because there's no grounds to practice on because they are too damaged to play, which I believe could be minimised with better ground maintenance. My 2 girls have attended football tournaments in the Selwyn's amazing Forester Park and Waimak Kendall Park. Tournaments are fantastic for growing skills and personal development. There's no facilities in Christchurch to run a football tournament. There needs to be more facilities with lights. If I had to have lights, I'd be lucky to get half a field. We have seen membership costs increase. While prices increases are inevitable, these costs are a reason for many people to stop playing sports. Families with 2 or 3 kids playing 1 or 2 club sports is expensive, and this is and will be prohibitive for more families. It is important that kids play sport. As they go through their teenage years, they're bound to something that is part of their identity, not playing video games or riding buses or hanging out in malls. I was impressed with the multiple sports facility and playing facility at the Eastern Canopy, and lessons from this should educate the council on how this type of facility could benefit other communities. So in this case, I'm thinking small, medium, localised, partly covered facilities, and also an extensive facility like Forrester Park for the future of Christchurch. You all hold the future of kids' sports. The lack of grounds, area for tournament, conditions of the current grounds, safe, clean toilet facilities is in your hands. If we want our kids to go through their teenage years to belong to something that's good for them, then we as a community need to run things for them. And you as councillors need to provide safe, well thought out and prepared for play facilities.
Thank you, Liz. Good timing, and you've put your message across well. Thank you very much for your submission. Good. Okay, Dot, please.
How do I get, is the
Yeah,
sound
all
on?
go. Go for your life.
Oh, kia ora tātou. Hopefully you've all read my submission. And one of the things I pointed out in my submission was that car park charges for the Hagley Park, this chair's out of control, Hagley Park parking are not sort of equal across the city, and that parking influences older people and people who are interested in botany and art and things, parking charges. But meanwhile, all around Christchurch, there's sports grounds and places where cars are parking on berms all over the place. And I just think that if there's going to be car park charges in Hagley Park, there should be car park charges around sports grounds. And I don't, because we want to try and get cars off the city, off the streets, not more and more cars coming into the city to bring kids into sport and things. What's wrong with a bicycle or a bus? I think that the whole transport thing is very important for Christchurch in terms of reducing its climate change emissions. It's one of the few issues that we have control of. We can't control the war in Russia or in Gaza and all the emissions caused by that. So we need to really get working on the bus infrastructure and encouraging people to use buses and bicycles more to get the cars off the road. One of my other issues is I live in Hei, which is within the noise zone of Ruapuna Park, the raceway, the motor races. And so, you know, Fridays, Saturdays and Sundays, this is a constant background noise. And it always makes me wonder how much carbon tax these guys are paying for the emissions they're putting up there. And is there a great push to have trees all around the park so that it soaks up the carbon? Or what sort of incentive is there for car users and car owners to be aware of and pay for their emissions apart from the petrol taxes and things like that? So I'm thinking about things like congestion tax and higher charges for inner city parking. In terms of buses, it's obvious that we need an increase in the frequency of buses on the suburban routes. We've got a fairly good frequency on the big main routes, though Hornby I think is still 15 minutes. But in the suburban routes, if we want to get across town, like I live in Hei, but for me to go and visit someone in Avonhead, it takes 2 buses and about an hour of travel. And to get the links, you're left standing on a street corner, and there's not enough seats, there's not enough shade, there's not enough light at night, and there's not enough shelter from the prevailing cold winds in Christchurch. And as I get older, I notice this more and more because, you know, your bones are more sensitive to cold and you're a bit creaky. Sorry. My other issue with climate change in Christchurch is, of course, increasing biodiversity. And again, when I'm travelling around Christchurch, especially on a bus, you've got time to look at things. You know, you notice all these empty spaces where you think, gosh, that would make a good place to plant trees. You can plant 20 trees in there. And one of my pet topics at the moment is the old Sockburn swimming pool site, which It has the grass mowed, but as far as I can tell from my seat on the bus, there's virtually no sense of putting in improvements or making it more attractive to the public or planting it out as a carbon sink. The area at Wigram that used to be the airfield is another place that could become a really good urban forest with, why not? You could get one of our Christchurch millionaires to fence it and turn it into a, what do you call it? Ark in the park for species. I also really, I know too late to put this in my submission, I didn't hear about it, but the Wigram Air Force Museum, Arana Park and Arts Centre, I fully support that these things should continue to be funded to a certain extent, and that they're a really valuable part of our city in terms of education, history and inclusiveness. They're funding things, a lot of funding goes into sports and sports grounds in Christchurch, but it doesn't go into sort of things for other kids who just like mucking around or, riding their bikes across parks and things. And that looks like my time.
Yeah, no, thank you. You've used up your time perfectly, but you've put your point of view across very well. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you.
Kia ora.
Okay, so we have, I thought it was a good question. Yes. What have we got? Ruben, Selena, Mike, Kofi, and Guy, please. Welcome.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Ototahi Christchurch has blossomed into a globally recognised street art destination. Our city is a canvas that has told our stories. Kia ora, I'm Dr. Ruben Woods, Creative Director at Watch This Space.
Tara Flava, I'm Selena Faimalo. I project manage the Flair Ototahi Street Art Festival and sit on the Salt District Board.
And I'm Mike Pikeski, a property investor in Christchurch.
Guy Ellis, a mural artist from Otautahi.
Kia ora, I'm Kofi and I'm a street artist.
And we are here collectively to share a strategic vision for a street art program in Otautahi, created with support from the street art community and various partners. A program that will foster opportunities for our city to grow and thrive as a cultural powerhouse.
Since 2011, street art has served a unique and vital role in redefining our city. However, strategic planning and targeted funding, this impact is under threat.
Street art impacts the way our residents view the city and the role of art in our day-to-day lives. In 2020, 9 out of 10 respondents to the Christchurch Foundation's Vital Signs report said street art helps improve the appearance of public spaces. And internationally, street art has proven its beneficial impact on cities, providing activation and economic outcomes. Each year, millions of visitors explore Miami's Windward Walls and Melbourne's Hosier Lane.
This popularity has also been clear here in Otautahi. Street art events and festivals have consistently drawn big crowds and positive responses. From record numbers at Rise in 2013, the overwhelmingly positive response to Shift Urban Art Takeover in 2023, the numbers show that our residents love our street art and the visitors come for our street art. Street art has helped put Otautahi on the map as a vibrant urban destination, an exciting place to visit, live and work and play.
Street art provides wide-reaching exposure, positioning our city as a truly global destination for urban creativity, alongside the likes of Melbourne, London, New York and Paris. And the world has recognised the incredible rise of street art in Otautahi, with media coverage from CNN, ABC, The Guardian, Sydney Morning Herald, Vice and The Lonely Planet, amongst countless other outlets. Additionally, visiting and local artists have not only contributed stunning artworks, but have also connected millions of social media followers with our stories. We have the chance to grow this profile even further with a focused and supported approach to street art in Otautahi.
Cities and towns across Aotearoa are utilising the potential of street art, drawing impressive visitor numbers and creating economic benefits through recurring events. This represents a threat to our status as a street art destination. Our world-class talent has struggled to find a recurring platform due to the inconsistent investment, meaning their talent is increasingly utilised elsewhere.
We are at risk of losing our urban art capital status as our local talent, like Kofi and Guy, who have made massive contributions to the city.
Through a series of workshops and conversations, we have engaged a wide range of artists, arts organisers, business owners, and community stakeholders. And from those conversations, people have noted the abundance of our local talent, our unique story, and the multi-generational impact of past street art festivals and events.
In response to these conversations and the threats facing our street art culture, we propose an inclusive, strategic, multi-year program that will provide year-round activations, grow avenues for participation, engagement, development, and diversity.
This is a broad and wide-reaching program that will create amazing festivals and events, develop professional opportunities and educational pathways, and drive the identity of street art in the city as a thriving, energetic reflection of our creative spirit. Our program will include headline events such as the Flair Ōtautahi Street Art Festival, the Little Street Art Festival, and a biannual urban art conference, as well as continuous activations and opportunities from exhibitions and murals to public art projects and professional development programs. The rationale for such a comprehensive approach is to provide aspirational opportunities. Based on feedback from our collaborators, continuous programming will help grow and retain our local talent and reputation, keep eyes on our city as a cultural powerhouse, and reflect the energy of a lively Ōtautahi Christchurch.
What investment does this program require? We have developed a multi-year budget that will enable significant beneficial outcomes for a proportionally small amount of investment. The budget is split into 3 categories: headlining events, activations, and operations. With this investment, the potential audience is huge, while the impact for local creatives would be transformative. Vitally, this would require a fractional amount of the proposed art spending and would ensure a more diverse investment across the arts. There is a massive value in the relatively small investment by comparison.
We're asking for $298,000 multi-year funding, an investment that will grow exposure for our city, embed impactful and aspirational festivals and events, provide opportunities for young people to grow and develop their talent, and add a significant number of new artworks to the city streets. Street art has been a massive piece of our city's emergent cultural identity. The energy and enthusiasm for the proposal that we have recognised as evidence of the powerful impact of art in our streets. Ōtautahi has an incredible and wide-reaching reputation, so let's invest in ensuring we maintain and grow this status for all of our benefit. Let's invest in Ōtautahi's urban canvas.
Well, do you want to do... I've got a little bit to say as well, but should we have some questions, if you want some questions first on this?
Can do, if you're happy to do that, no worries. Yanni, Mark had the first question, then Yanni.
Thank you, and thank you for that presentation. I noticed in your proposed schedule there, you've got New Brighton, and I'm guessing the central city. Any thoughts of heading out west as well?
Yeah, the goal would be to engage suburban locations around the city, cool. Recognising the way that street art has been able to connect with and empower a lot of local communities. So the likes of New Brighton are a good case study, and one of the reasons why we would want to continue to explore there, but also recognising that that impact can be spread further beyond as well. So definitely.
Okay, Yanni, please.
Oh yeah, cool. Thank you for the presentation. I was just wondering, at the moment, if an artist or someone has an idea for some street art, what does that process look like now? And then what would it look like if we established the funding to support you?
So I guess one of the issues at the moment is it's a very disparate sort of scenario. There's not one clear pathway. It may depend on the artist's sort of status, the artist's idea, their potential networks and connections. Obviously, the 2 artists that we have here will be able to answer this question as well. But what we would hope this program would create is a stronger network and sense of community that can offer support and more develop sort of pathways through a strengthened network of not just creatives, but also those people who can help with the organisation and development. The other thing that we really stress with this is that it can create more aspirational opportunities. We have a lot of young people who are very keen, but how they go from being a young artist who maybe sees the street as a potential canvas, to being someone who can then start to be paid for their work or push further, is quite a leap, and there needs to be some infrastructure around that to support it.
Okay, thank you. Do you think we should do a street art on our building? We've got some amazing external walls.
Yes.
Wait, hey, only one at a time.
There's a lot of black walls in
what
here.
I don't want to do is use up all, because you've still got further to go, haven't you?
I have a wee bit, yeah.
Okay, so we've got Aaron and then Celeste, and then I'll let you finish off. Is that all right? Yep. Is that okay?
Yeah, so just quickly, because we had a presentation yesterday, what are the rules around tagging someone else's mural? Do you guys know what it used to be? You didn't do it, but that seems to have changed. We got shown one at it's where the Santa Parade stored, and all the kids from Avonside did a big mural.
That was Kofi's mural.
And it's been did you do that?
Yeah.
Oh, and you got hit. Yeah, well, it was.
Yeah.
What are
It
the rules?
depends on the concept that you paint. Like a lot, if you like, one of the things we get asked through businesses is to paint something very like advertising. But if it's something like that, then it tends to get tagged more than like a genuine representation of what you want to paint. So that was like, I think it's been hit by like Shirley boys and stuff like that. But I plan on cleaning it. But I was trying to get some graffiti remover because there wasn't anyone to help pay for it. So I was going to have to pocket it and then spend a couple of days by myself wiping it off. Yeah.
You can come down and help with.
Can I say as well, I do think that it shows that there's still a lot of room for engagement with young people, and to provide more avenues and opportunities will hopefully combat that issue. The other thing that is important with street art and distinguishes it from more traditional forms of public art is its ephemerality. So, something being graffitied in some cases means there's a chance for a refresh and something new and a new line of thought. It's a new way of viewing the way that art's embedded in our landscape, because it doesn't seek to be there in 100 years. It seeks to talk to us now, and we can reevaluate what that statement is constantly.
Thank you. And Celeste, and then we'll carry on.
So just quickly, you might not be able to answer this, and congratulations, I think it's a great concept. Have you thought about would you look at where the fit would be in terms of, will it be like a major events fund? Or like, where do you...
I think we've looked at this. We think it sort of sits in the arts funding, and we've looked through the last couple of years of budgets, and there's sort of between $14 to sort of $19 million worth of funding that goes into the arts pool. There's about, I think, budgeted for about 13 million is going to go to the art gallery, and we're certainly not saying don't do that. We love the art gallery, but if we could take a little piece of that, or there's also another 4 million that goes into the community and arts. But we're not sure how much of that sort of goes to community events versus the arts. So we're not asking for more money outside the budget. We're trying to find money within the budget and just what was the word you used?
Diversify.
Diversify
the art spending as a street art. It's not invested in.
Thank you, Celeste.
I would also say that the art gallery obviously receives great visitation numbers. Street art ultimately would dwarf that, because the audience is almost unlimited. And as such, it can actually work in symbiosis with the work the art gallery does, in that for a lot of people, their first engagement with art may be on the streets. That then leads to creating a community and a whole city that understands the power and potential of creative expression as well.
Brilliant.
Yeah, but just actually on an example of that is, with the Riverside mural, for example, we sort of we think we get about 3 million people through every year. 1 million probably come from that car park, so we probably get 1 million people seeing that one piece of art every year. And we between this group, we've probably put about 30, 40 pieces across the city. The numbers would just be astronomical, the amount of actual viewership of that street art year.
And like Flair Otatahi Street Art Festival, we did 44 new artworks with just a small amount of that budget.
Yeah. And bang for buck, it's just a no-brainer, I think. And the other great thing they haven't really touched on is, yes, we're asking for 300,000, but with all the projects that we've done to date, we've pretty much done a 1-for-1 in terms of in kind or actual physical money coming in to support it. So that 300 would actually turn to $600,000 worth of real budget that actually gets in terms of results. I've run out of time for mine, but I'll quickly just go through it. I was hoping that I wanted that because this is so dear to my heart, and it's so important to us, and we've been working so hard for so long, and we just we need some help, don't we? Because it's just it's a tough call, and we were getting a bit of money when we still will get money from investors and developers, but with interest rates the way they are, the money they're sort of spending on arts is just diminishing, and you probably notice that across the board with all arts funding, it's tough. It would be great just to get something in place that could help us move forward. But I'm conscious of time, so I'm Mike Pikaski. I've been living here. I've lived here all my life. I love the city, and I've worked really hard in the last 10 years to sort of make it one of the coolest cities in the world. But cool cities don't happen by accident. You've got to put a lot of effort and hard work into it. And I feel like I just love it when someone comes from Melbourne or Auckland and they sort of go through Riverside or walk around the street art and they just go, wow, I wish we had this in our cities. And it's that sort of city envy we're trying to sort of really work hard to create and foster. But, developers can't do it alone. Our group can't do it alone. We need the council to come to the table and help us. And the way they're helping at the moment is through Christchurch NZ. And the events funding for Christchurch NZ is so critical to making cities cool. And when we have Electric Avenue on and the Sail GP and those big events, the amount of people that come through the city, the amount of people that experience our city, the amount of people that see the street art, the amount of people that come through Riverside, it's phenomenal. We just have these huge boosts of excitement and buzz in the city, and those events are critical to that. And I just think we've sort of got to this point now where students want to come to Christchurch to go to uni here. That was unheard of before the earthquakes. They want to live here, and people want to come here and live here. That it's now seen as a really cool city. We need to keep our foot on the accelerator and make sure we keep putting the investment in, because everyone knows, as you've heard multiple times about the events, that every city around the world is trying to compete for that same small pool of events, of great events. We've got to keep our foot on the accelerator. Quickly, I know I've run out of time, but the other thing with Christchurch NZ is the urban development team. They have been just instrumental to everything we've done. Every time we go to them with an idea, they go, great, how do we make this happen? How do we make this real? What can we do? And we don't get that with any other interaction with the council. And it's not I'm not being mean or anything, but it's just that Christchurch NZ crew are just phenomenal. And I just want to give them a big plug. They're an amazing team, and they get the big picture, they get the strategy. They've got that sort of economic lens as well, and the commercial lens, and I can't speak highly enough of them. So sorry, a bit rushed, but yeah. Any questions?
No. Thank you very much for what you and all your group do. And you're right. The university's got the highest intake they've ever had of new students, and young people do want to come and study here. So it all works in. So thank you very much for your submission. Well done.
Can I get a proposal through the endowment fund as well? And can we talk to Rata about match funding?
Can we get advice on the shortage of housing around the university that young people are wanting to come to? No? No?
Okay.
Shortage of housing
John,
around the university where young people are wanting to move to?
How you doing, bud? You all good?
I'm very well, thank you. Good morning.
Morning.
My apologies. I have just come from a bit of a back procedure, so I'm a little bit slow, and I'm probably going to be a little less eloquent than the previous speakers, but I'll do my best to keep up with myself and your questions if you have them.
Look after yourself. Take care.
Look, I don't have a huge amount to add to our submission. It is simply to reiterate 3 key points. We would like 18 to 20 Kinsey Terrace included in the LTP for disposal. Council have clearly identified the land at 18 and 20 Kinsey Terrace as being surplus to requirements and have granted Montreal trustees a 300-year ground lease. So effectively, there is nothing council can do with the land for 300 years. However, for us, it's incredibly important. Transferring the land to Montreal will make the residential development of the property far easier because we don't have to develop over boundaries. And as you will all know, developing over multiple titles and multiple boundaries is a nightmare for council staff and for owners. Lastly, the disposal of the land to Montreal will benefit council as well. Through the amalgamation of titles with 22 Kinsey, this new single title of land will command a much higher rating take as the amenity value of the surrounding land is increased with its inclusion with the dwelling site at 22. That is the essence of our proposal. Are there any questions?
Can we just get advice on this from, it just seems a no-brainer, so, you know, let's make it move.
No, it just should. Yeah, certainly will. Yep.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for coming, talking common sense.
Thank you very much. Much appreciated.
Look after yourself.
Thank you. I shall.
Okay, we are now having a break and we'll be back here at 11:20. Thank you very much to listen to Stephen and Diane. Body. Sorry, we're a whisker late. Stephen and Diane, please. You can have that. And that.
Thank you.
How are you, mate?
Hello?
Yes.
This is just, I'm just going to read out, this is probably different from what you've got in front of you, I believe, but these are sort of like main points. I think we need to be realistic about our role in the world and realise, for example, that the sea level in Lyttelton Harbour will not be determined by how many people in Christchurch ride the bus. It will be determined by the big players like China, India, the US, and how many wars are taking place across the globe. We can only control this small part of New Zealand, and what you do as a council will have a massive effect on the lives of the people who live here. We have over a $2 billion debt, of which the interest rate will grow, as it will be connected to our unrealistic emission targets that we already cannot keep. We need to be realistic about what we can do without bankrupting our city and all the people living in it. What matters most is improving the lives of the people. One project with a big price tag that could be delayed is the Red Zone and Avon River Corridor. I actually like the Red Zone the way it is, open without too many trees and a little wild. I like the idea of letting nature take its course instead of imposing what we think it should look like. A large piece of it has already been transformed into a wetland area for flood protection, and in other places, the Horseshoe Lake, nature is already turning it into a wetland without our help. The Avon River Corridor and Red Zone project can wait until we no longer have such a massive debt. And then the area may have already changed the way Mother Nature wants it to be instead of what we think it should be. This is only one project that could be paused. There are many more. I attended a meeting in Merivale where Pauline and Jamie spoke about the long-term plan. Around 40 people attended, mostly retired people, as it was in the morning. Something that surprised me was how many were concerned about losing their home that they had worked so hard for all their lives. You may think that those in Merivale are all rich and would be okay, but many live in modest two-bedroom homes and some in social housing. All these that spoke up were struggling and anxious about losing their homes and worried about the price of food, etc. Talk was about being asset rich and cash poor. I have friends and family living in the East, and they have the same struggles. Some are younger and tell me that they have little hope for the future, and at times they feel like slaves, as even though they are working hard, their pay barely meets their needs. When I looked at all the projects intended for Christchurch, I mainly asked myself, how will this help the people of Christchurch, wherever they live, and if it's worth making them homeless to gold plate this or that project? Road cones are meant to keep workers safe, but they are overused, too close together, and have become meaningless, as they are often far from any actual work being done. Drivers then begin to dismiss them, which is contrary to their purpose. I've been told road cones cost the ratepayer $5 per day per cone, which adds up very quickly and is something that needs to be managed better. We cannot continue to waste our money in this way. A thriving, inclusive, and sustainable city is one where safety is understood to be about much more than road safety alone. If families and individuals are struggling to feed themselves, struggling to heat their homes, feeling like slaves with wages not meeting needs, people become desperate and crime inevitably increases. A city doesn't thrive if the people aren't able to spend a little in the local shops and cafes, let alone put food on the table or go to the doctor when needed. How are we including the elderly, the injured, and those with disabilities if we exclude access to those that are unable to cycle or take the bus? Roads and cars will always be an important part of any city. If you want to abide by your own stated priorities, rates must be affordable if they are to be sustainable. When you come to discuss and make your decisions about all of this, I want you to think of all the people. Think of all the people of Christchurch. We are all one and the same, no matter what part of the city a person lives in. Many people are feeling anxious about the future. People want to feel hope in the future, hope that Christchurch is a good place to live, an affordable place to live, a place which is a truly thriving, inclusive, and sustainable city for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I cannot agree with you more on road cones. We're getting swamped by them. It's overkill. So
it's like a plague.
It is. It is
a plague upon the masses.
Yeah. So thank you very much for your
thank you,
submission.
Paul.
Okay, Ian, please.
Good morning, Mayor, councillors. My name is Ian Ebbs. I'm from a group called Swish. That is the Southwest Sports and Recreation Hub Incorporated. We were developed to encourage and support all forms of community-based sport and recreation. We currently have more than 10 member clubs, all of whom are growing and have a total of over 4,000 members in Hornby, Hillmorton, Hoonhay, Wigram and Hallswell. Today, I'd like to just talk about two aspects of the LTP. The first is events. I would encourage you to increase event bid funding. This is something for our Tamariki to aspire to, whether that be music, arts or sport. It encourages them to be active, to try a new skill. There'll be related spending in Christchurch to boost the local economy and will promote a feel-good factor for the city and promote Christchurch on the national and global stage. The second of my focus today is the Sports Network Plan. I imagine you will have seen a lot of support for the Sports Network Plan from the public submissions, as we hear it from clubs and from families all the time that the fields need to be better. From all sports, my comment to you today is to please look at accelerating the funding of that Sports Network Plan, bringing it earlier in your timescale as it is needed now, especially in the Southwest where housing development keeps growing, the number of people using our limited sports fields. We hear from clubs that they lack usable fields, especially in winter and with sufficient lighting. Poor quality fields are a health and safety issue, whilst artificial pitches increase the number of people these fields can cope with and are a safe, reliable surface. The current poor conditions of fields cause midweek cancellations designed to protect those grounds from weekend use, but this means Tamarikian adults are missing out on countless hours of activity every week, even if the weekend games go ahead, which often is not the case. The grounds are substandard for their activity. Well-lit turfs would be a game changer for youth sport and activity. Often volunteer coaches can't run sessions until after they finish work at 5 o'clock, but then it is getting dark by 5:30, reducing the time these kids can be active during the week. In the Southwest, we have had such a huge post-earthquake growth that we have areas that were planned to be occupied by 2040 with houses already, and more are being built. But we still have much of the 2010 infrastructure, particularly with sports and recreation. With such big developments in our areas, I urge you to use the developers' contributions that the council collects from all these new builds to improve the sports and recreation infrastructure in the southwest of Christchurch and to support the sports field network in the LTP. Thank you for your time.
Good on you. Oh, and we have time for questions. We'll do Andre first and then Yanni, please.
Thank you, and I'll use Holswell Domain as an example.
Yes.
He had the issue last season of it not the main field not being usable for much of the season. He had the same issue the winter before that, same issue the winter before that. You're able to just talk about how this will continue to happen year after year until things are finally
Yeah,
done.
the issue with a lot of the fields is the drainage and the number of people that want to use them. There's a lot more people in those areas wanting to use the fields. And the problem is you only have certain areas that can be used due to the lighting. So it's not even just the pitches that people play on, it's actually more about the training areas. We want areas that can be used throughout the week, every single day and night, by schools and by clubs, where they can just be maxed out as much as possible. And the pitches is almost secondary because we can protect some of the match pitches if you've got these other areas that can be used all the time.
Takes the pressure off the other ones.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yanni, please.
Oh yeah, thank you. Just in regards to your submission, do you have a specific location where you'd like us to look at putting artificial? And are you also aware that the council's proposing to cut the development contributions funding by tens of millions into sports fields in the growth areas?
I wasn't necessarily aware about the cuts. Like we were hoping that there would be, this needs investment now. And location-wise, we've worked with some kind of the other clubs and looked at areas. And there's some places like Warren Park in Hornby has actually got quite good drainage. It's actually a very good field. So we wouldn't recommend doing that. But Hallswell Domain, as you mentioned, Andre, there's so many people in and around the area and the fields aren't of sufficient quality to be able to play on enough. whilst Warren Park is a little bit better to play on, so I would recommend putting it at Hallswell. And I can only speak for that area. Obviously, the rest of the city needs it as well, because we experienced that with kids going to away games, or what we hear from other clubs, like they're desperate as well. There's only 2 or 3 locations where you can actually train every night of the week and not ruin the fields. And that's what we need more of.
Good questions, good answers. So thank you for you've used up all your time. That's brilliant.
Thank you.
Okay, Sandra, please. Sandra's not here, but Matt is.
So I have a. So I assume I could just drive it here from. So good morning. I'm Matt Stewart, aka Dad to Hunter and Jameson, who are 3.5 and 5.5. We live in Aidenfield, and we bike and walk to preschool and school. Jameson started school late last year, and we were shocked to find out that a major road 1 block from a primary school had no crossings, had no pedestrian crossings. So to familiarize you a bit with Oakland School Zone, Oakland Primary has a school roll of just over 600 students. It's years 1 to 8. It's located southwest of the CBD, sandwiched between Hoonhay and Hallswell, and the motorway and Sparks Road. So zooming in a bit closer, we've got Dunbar's Road that effectively divides the zone, with the northern part in Aidenfield, north of Dunbar's. So that represents approximately 40% of the school zone. So zooming a bit closer, the school has 4 entry points. We've got 1 on each side of the rectangular footprint. So when we're looking at Dunbar's here, this is a very busy road, especially during the school morning hours. It's a 50K zone, but you're probably well aware the drivers are going much faster than often, and there's no safe crossing point. So this is from Aidenfield. We essentially have 2 entries if we're coming into school, coming through the reserve onto Dunbar's there. Then you take a side street, cross Cobra Street, and then through the Cobra Street entrance there. The other route kids would be taking is coming down McMahon, crossing that roundabout there, and then the Harrow Street entrance. So when we look at this picture here, there's not a single pedestrian crossing, not a single one. Not on Dunbar's, not on the side streets. So let's look at the Dunbar's McMahon roundabout. This may appear to be safe initially, at first look, with there being an island in the middle, but it's a very tight roundabout, poor visibility, no marking. So, and looking at those coming off McMahon there, drivers looking right, there's a big bush there, could be blinding these small children that come out, think it's okay. The other crossing, this is a safe crossing point. The other crossing point would be on Dunbar's on the straightaway there, which steady flow of traffic, especially during that morning hours. There's no island, no pedestrian crossing. And just behind me, this photo, there's also a bus stop to confuse things. And continuing on with that commute there, they'd be coming on to Cobra Street, kind of a secondary challenge of crossing Cobra Street. When this was taken, it doesn't look so bad, but often this is lined up with cars. So this could be made a lot safer if we making a no stopping each side and also a crossing. So what can be done? The kids need a safe pedestrian crossing across Dunbar's. Additional signage would also help warn drivers that is schools nearby, such as this one that's on Aidenfield Drive near Aidenfield Christian. We really need the infrastructure to protect the children. This is a dangerous road for school kids. Safety really needs to improve. Currently, many parents drive their kids to school even though they live close by. There's other kids on our streets, multiple kids on our street, 10 years and over, who are still walked to school by their parents because they don't feel comfortable crossing that road by themselves. Having a safe commute to school would encourage more people to bike or walk to school, also helping establish lifelong habits. Someone's going to get hurt here if nothing changes. It's not if, it's when. So let's put the infrastructure in place to keep our school kids safe and encourage those lifelong habits.
Thank you. We are out of time, but this is important. So I've got 4 people, but I'll do the first 2 that put their hands up. It's Kelly.
Thanks, Matt. Fantastic presentation. Have you been to community board with this? Because this is exactly the sort of stuff that they would need to see.
I haven't. It's a relatively kind of new thing, being that Jameson just started school, so we just became aware of it.
Just a process question. Do we need to go to community board, or can we ask the traffic engineer to go and have a
Sorry,
look?
it needs to come to the long-term plan. That's why I brought it to the long-term plan.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Okay. And Timothy, please.
Yeah, we've had a lot of issues in the south of Christchurch, like yourself. We've got a lot of people just driving through our communities who don't care about our kids. We've put in, and we pushed it, or I pushed it with regards to the road cushions. They're a lot more financially effective and economically effective as well. So would you be open to that type of thing being looked at in the first instance, just to slow and control this traffic?
And what are the road cushions?
If you go down Tennyson Street,
yes,
you will see that those are road cushions. So they are bolt-on. Rather than digging up the road and taking months and months and months and lots of planning, etc., they can bolt them in and they're there straight away.
Yeah, I think just something to, I guess at the bare minimum, something to slow down traffic and have maybe an island in the middle. Like that's probably a better solution, but more expensive would be a lighted road crossing.
Thank you.
Okay, cool.
Very good submission, and thank you for bringing it up. Good, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, Sandra's not here, is she? No. Margaret, please. Welcome, far away.
Thank you. In my written submission, I mentioned that the Secretary General of the UN had recently reminded us that we have 2 years in which to change our way of life and prevent runaway climate change. From my reading, I would say this is an optimistic time frame. Every indicator I've heard or read about shows that climate change is advancing more rapidly than anticipated. And we're told that once certain tipping points are reached, the results will be catastrophic. In the past few years, we as a country have experienced droughts, fires, and several atmospheric river rain events, which have caused loss of life and massive damage to roads, bridges, and buildings. Repairing damage of this kind places strain on local and national government, even if we're not directly affected. But we can also learn from these events and be better prepared as a result. To say that we can't afford to prepare for and try to mitigate the damage caused by climate change is false economy. I'd like to acknowledge the councillors and council staff who have shown leadership on this issue over many years. It's good to see there's a climate action heading on the homepage of the council's website and a lot of useful information about climate goals and how we can work towards them. I totally support the strategic priority about climate action, which is in the long-term plan. I also support the climate levy, and yes, I believe rates must rise.
I also think we need to work closely with our neighbouring councils and put effort into working towards a unitary authority so that we can work in a united way on issues like transport and protecting and enhancing biodiversity. Spending on cycleways and pedestrian and wheelchair access throughout the city must be a top priority. If people feel safe, they will use their bikes more, and this usage will further increase as the routes presently in the planning stage are completed. It's one of the best tools we have for encouraging people out of cars. I support the urban forest plan. Our tree canopy is low compared to other New Zealand cities. So yes, let's plant thousands more trees, one of the best ways to mitigate high temperatures and improve biodiversity. Find ways to protect trees on private land when new housing is being developed. And when it comes to the question of selling red zone priorities, I said no, plant them in trees instead. I urge the council to become bolder and more visible about its pledge to halve greenhouse gas emissions by 2030 and achieve net zero carbon in 2045. How about some large electronic hoardings on the sides of the council building with some very simple and clear messaging? For example, the level of our carbon emissions when the goal was set, and then show how we're tracking towards the goals. Are we going down or up? Another message could be about the tree canopy, the percentage it is now, and how we're tracking in terms of increasing or decreasing it. Another message could be about the health of our waterways and open spaces. Is biodiversity tracking up or down? Our green spaces need to be protected and enhanced. So I say no to charging for parking in Hagley Park, because this further institutionalises the practice. I think the people who want parking in Hagley Park must understand the nature of a park as a green space to be enjoyed by everyone at all times, freely available. There's a recurring call for more parking in Hagley Park, which must be resisted. As temperatures rise and housing in the city becomes more intense, our trees and parks, the green lungs of the city, need to be enlarged and loved, not chipped away at. It's not all doom and gloom. As many other people have pointed out, a people-friendly city with no air pollution, with lots of trees and parks, and where most people get around by walking, biking or busing, will also make us all a healthier city. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Celeste put a hand up way early, so far away, mate.
It's just a quick one around, thank you for the submission. Just a quick one around the Botanic Gardens. Would you prefer to see like no charging, or would you be open to something like a time limit in terms of like setting kind of a cap on how long people can park there for? So
No, I don't think that's the point. The point is that parks are parks, they're not car parks.
And I think the purpose
and you
would
know,
be,
each car park sets a precedent for more car parks. I opposed the car parks when they first went into Hagley Park years ago.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Margaret, for your submission. That's brilliant. Well done. Okay, Kerry, please. Yep, okay. David, you're up, mate.
Such efficiencies. Good morning. I'm here today speaking on behalf of the North Beach Residents Association. You have our submission, so I'm not going to read it verbatim. I'm just going to highlight a few points. The association is grateful to the council's interest in the regeneration of the east side of Christchurch, and we do appreciate the progress that has been made to date in New Brighton. We would like to see these efforts continued with some momentum, and this submission sort of highlights key local projects and funding in the LTP that the North Beach Residents Association support and would like to retain, but also proposes that some projects be brought forward, have more funding allocated to them, or be reinstated from previous annual plans and long-term plans. Some of the more significant things, the Cygnet Street Ocean Outfall, it's been on the budget. There was $260,000 in the 22-23 annual plan. This has been reduced to $36,000 in 23-24. It's a considerable flooding area in the North Beach area, and we would like to see that advanced. Marine Parade Curb and Channel. This was in the budget in 2010. It's been shunted out, understandably, during the earthquakes, but it's never been reinstated, and it's allocated in the 2024. We've got a lot of new schools, Rawiti, Avonside, Shirley Boys High, a lot of kids, and we really would like to see that section of road dealt to. It has numerous water leaks. The main supply leaks in the road, and yeah, let's see that one done. New Brighton Road, it's a bone of contention with a lot of people in the eastern suburbs that New Brighton Road was cut off in one way from Pratt Street, and many would like to see it two-laned back from Pratt Street, perhaps across Red Zone land, meeting up with Hawke Street. New Brighton Road, Marine Parade Hawke to Bow Hill. There is a proposal to update that section of the road using CRAF funding. We're led to believe that there's one proposal that's going to remove 165 car parks. I'd just like to remind councillors that it's a high use area for sports on Rawiti Domain, Thompson Park, used for practices, sports on Saturday, and in the summer months are highly used for access to the beach in Thompson Park, the skateboard park, and all of those things. So people are getting up in arms about the possibility of losing a lot of car parks. The Pages Road Bridge, I would safely say that people in the eastern suburbs are delighted with the project that's proposed. The new bridge is long overdue, but I would say to council, on top of that, you're proposing a hell of a lot of work on about streets within about 1K to 2K of that bridge. You're bleating about the amount of money you've got, and I think personally that it's a waste of your money, our money, to be doing all those sort of things. And as an aside, the number of road humps that are appearing on major arterials around the eastern suburbs is an irritation as well. See the logic on local roads, but Pages Road, Keys, Travis Road, New Bower Evans intersection, Martians Road, you wonder how they impact on our emergency services. The Martians Road one biggest belief when it's the main road to the Burwood Hospital and you're carting spinal patients. We'd like to see the north-south corridor of Oram Ave advanced. Likewise, the cycleways, Anzac Bridge and through the Red Zone, that's a project that we support.
Thank you.
I think that's probably where I would stop. There are a number of projects. Just a few other comments, I suppose, around coastal hazards planning, and we, as a an area highly incensed that the City Council continues to use its planning predicated on the use of the most extreme RCP 8.5 scenario. The RC 8.5 was not intended to be used to create policy. The creators of RCP 8.5 had not intended it to represent the most likely business as usual. I was in Waimate a couple of days ago and they had their climate change policy out. It had a reference to 8.5, it also had a reference to 4.5. They were pragmatic in having a variety of scenarios to consider, but we seem to stick dogmatically to 8.5. It's the most extreme scenario, and yeah, so no more.
Thank you, David. There's two questions. One from Celeste, please.
Thanks, David. Thanks for your presentation. Just a quick one. So I just see here that in addition to the City to Sea pathway, the river route, you also support the major cycle route out, the third stage of the major cycle route out to the east.
Yeah, I do.
We lack infrastructure in that area.
I do, but I would temper that with prioritising council's expenses. Long term, yeah. Short term, no. I think, there are a lot of areas of expense that council needs to be engaging in, and I would say to you that I think prioritise your expenditure.
I just want to also just quickly say, did you know that Bohu Road had been done?
Yes.
I just see that in there. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Yep. So good to have.
Only one question from me. Did you say, is this 160 car parks on Marine Parade? Is this in what's just been consulted at the moment?
It's coming out for consultation, but it's been sort of in the craft funding has been an item of some conjecture for some time, and it's been in the wings for probably 2 to 3 years, and nothing's ever settled. Now we see a proposal to put cycleway down Marine Parade from Lonsdale Street through to Bohall Road. We have car parks on the other side of, on the beach side.
David, just in the interest of time, because I know there's another question, can I just ask if that one, would you be open to a shared path along there?
Would I what?
Open to a shared path?
That's coming out and
I'd actually be more open to sticking a promenade, cycleway, walkway up in the dunes.
Okay.
And cut it all out to get...
Thank you very much, David. That's great. So you've used up more time than you should have. It's only because you're from the east. I'll let you do that. Thank you, David.
Thank you.
Good on you, mate. Sam, please.
Kia ora koutou. Commend you for being 10 minutes ahead, I submit, on a lot of LTPs all over the country, and have done for many years, despite living in Christchurch myself. I wonder, given that we're a professional association of over 5,000 members, and my submission was over 6,000 words long, I might be afforded 10 minutes?
We'll see how we go. You're very lucky that some people haven't turned up, so we'll see. Far away.
I feel very lucky and very cheeky.
Yes.
Recreation Aotearoa is a professional and industry association in the active recreation sector. As I mentioned, we have over 5,000 members. Newly released findings from a social return on investment study reveal that each dollar allocated to play, active recreation and sport yields a social return of $2.12 in New Zealand. In essence, every dollar invested in these activities results in more than a twofold social return. Overall health benefits to New Zealand amount to $9 billion, but this is only half of the net social value generated by physical activity. Individuals who meet physical activity recommendations were found to have a 51% higher likelihood of experiencing healthy mental well-being. 74% of New Zealanders agree that sport and physical activity help build vibrant and stimulating communities. 84% of New Zealanders believe that sport and physical activity bring people together and create a sense of belonging. Play and active recreation serves a therapeutic and rehabilitative function in aiding young people to recover in the aftermath of crises such as earthquakes or the impact of COVID-19. Local government is critical to the play, active recreation and sports sector. It's been recently established that total funding to that sector is $4 billion annually. That was in 2022, and over 25% of this, over $1 billion, is from local government. Local government funding of the sector far exceeds that of the entirety of central government and Class 4 gaming grants combined. In 2023, the Parliamentary Commission of the Environment published a report titled "Are We Building Harder, Hotter Cities?" and it makes many salient points. In recent decades, urban intensification has reduced both the quality and quantity of urban green space. Infill housing removes gardens, lawns, trees and soil, and in some cases, parks and green spaces are repurposed for other uses. Grass berms, shrubbery and trees adjacent to streets are reduced or removed. The report goes into some detail and provides numerous examples and evidence of the important role green spaces provide. Recreation Aotearoa submits that the long-term plan should pay much more attention in regard to the provision and expansion of urban green space in Christchurch and tree planting within Christchurch. This should specifically focus on areas adjacent to streets and footpaths, which are known to be the most popular places in which physical activity takes place. We face a future in which, without adequate tree cover, it may simply be too hot to be physically active outdoors in summer. Sydney and Melbourne are proving an exemplar of this phenomenon. Recreation in Christchurch. We'd like to acknowledge that Christchurch City Council for their support and contribution towards the Greater Christchurch Spaces and Places Plan in partnership with Sport Canterbury and adjacent councils, such as Selwyn and Waimak, of course. We note that 52% of young people in Canterbury use active transport to and from school, and this is the highest percentage in all of New Zealand. The Sport New Zealand Active New Zealand survey reveals that 39% of young people in Canterbury do not do enough physical activity to meet Ministry of Health recommendations. I'll say that again. In Christchurch, in Canterbury, 39% of young people do not meet the Ministry of Health recommendations for physical activity, and this is a significant decline from previous years. The same survey revealed that there are significant levels of unmet demand in New Zealand, in the Canterbury region. A large majority of residents in Christchurch have a desire to do more physical activity. Physical participation is largely non-competitive in Christchurch and indeed New Zealand. 7% of the population here in Christchurch participate in non-competitive activities exclusively. In Canterbury, 72% of young people prefer physical activities that allow them to follow their own schedule rather than someone else's. This percentage has increased significantly in recent years. Similarly, 63% of young people in the region prefer to do physical activity that is more flexible and less structured. This has also increased significantly in recent years. This is further evidenced by a decline in participation in school and club sports teams. We express our support for the Inclusive Communities Coordinator role within Christchurch City Council and commend the work undertaken on the recent equity and inclusion policy. We submit our support for the $820 million investment in developing community and regional parks, that's on page 32. We also submit our support for the $153 million investment in sport and recreation and sport facilities, that's page 33. And we really commend the fact that the accessibility is at the forefront of that investment. We're particularly supportive of the prioritisation of the Takaro Avon River Regeneration Program and the prioritisation of the Jelly Park renewal. However, we can't help but notice and express our concern that there exists significant differences between what is documented in the Greater Christchurch Spaces and Places Plan and what is proposed in the draft LTP. Recreation Aotearoa submits that further consideration be given to incorporating much more, if not all, of the Spaces and Places Plan into the LTP. We note that the lease of space at Hagley Park, currently used for outdoor courts, is due to expire within the term of this LTP, and we submit that this space should continue to be used for purposes of play, active recreation and sport. We applaud the fact that despite numerous financial pressures, the LTP does not propose to increase sport and recreation fees and charges. We submit our support for the proposed investment in public transport. We also support the investment by Christchurch City Council in walking and cycling routes. Active transport has this dual symbiotic benefit of reducing traffic congestion and increasing physical activity. As such, we support proposed investments in completing the listed existing projects in the draft LTP and commencing the listed new projects as well. We recognise and support the efforts being made to build resilience to and reduce climate change effects. Specifically, we commend the plan to plant more trees via the Urban Forest Initiative, but as previously outlined, we'd like to see a lot more tree planting, especially adjacent to trees and footpaths. Thank you for the extra time.
That's good. That's fine. Have anyone got any questions? Tyrone? Pauline?
Kia ora, thanks for your submission, Sam. So, are you familiar with the Rod Donald Banks Peninsula Trust? That
vaguely, yep.
Oh yeah.
As a resident of Cashmere, yep.
Yep. Which, yeah, I mean that was basically the question. I mean, I presume you'd support their activities, and what they do in providing recreation opportunities for people.
Yep.
Just thought I'd sort of float that there.
Yeah, numerous entities exist all over the country and Canterbury that take the pressure off councils and central government to deliver that space. Doc.
Thank you,
mate. Pauline.
Thank you. In light of your comments about supporting active transport, would you support the council delivering the completed 13 major cycleway routes as early as possible, or bring them forward earlier?
Yes, absolutely. We support.
Even if it meant a slight rate increase?
Yep, we submitted in our written submission support for all the active transport initiatives.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Did you have one, Yanni?
I was just trying to understand. You talked about the spaces and places plan, which was, I think, facilitated a lot by Sport Canterbury.
Right.
They have been actively involved in our sports network plan.
Yeah.
But you're saying that our LTP doesn't reflect that plan, and I'm just trying to understand what's the gap in the processes where you're not seeing what's in there in our LTP.
Well, granted, the Greater Spaces plan is pretty ambitious and really good, but we've just noted, I can't speak specifically, deferrals and gaps in the budget, which mean that the entirety of the Greater Spaces and plan won't be achieved in the time frame.
Okay.
That's
And
outlined.
have you seen our draft sports network plan, and have you made submissions to it?
No.
Right. Do you think that would be useful?
It would be, yeah.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you, Yanni. And thank you very much for your effort and your submission. Thank you. Is Cliff here, please? Thank you. Welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to my submission. I basically wish to just clarify and perhaps emphasise some points that I made in my submission, which basically questions the conventional wisdom on 2 points, and they are growth and the way in which carbon accounting is applied in climate change mitigation. So you ask, who am I to be questioning the conventional wisdom? So I will claim to be just here as a reporter, and my references are to the work by the Post-Carbon Institute in the US of A, which is my go-to for unbiased information, and in New Zealand, the Parliamentary Commissioner for the Environment, so the PCI and the PCE. In terms of growth, I believe that true sustainability requires recognition of and respect for limits. And one of the most important limits is biological carrying capacity. And I believe that the council has a role to identify these limits and then incorporate them in planning, but also to report back their identification of these limits and their planning response to the national government, and not to just follow the plans that have been set out by the government slavishly. I'm encouraged by the response of the council to the urban intensification plans, which shows that you are capable of independent thought. And thanks for that. So, apart from questioning the idea of growth, and that includes economic growth as well, of course, which is basically how we're dependent upon for budgeting going forward, because we have made borrowing and there's interest to be paid as well as the principal, and so all of that depends upon some degree of economic growth, and I've questioned those and think they need to be regarded by the council very carefully. Apart from growth, I also made a little note of the contribution to this drive for excellence, which is, I guess, engaged in the idea of competition between councils, which I regard as not a very helpful approach to things, and drives us into corners such as building stadiums, which are widely disapproved, me amongst them. So apart from the idea of growth, the other thing I wanted to bring up was the idea of a particular carbon measurement and the production of a carbon budget. I didn't mention it very well in my submission, but I wanted to bring out this clear differentiation between carbon of fossil origin and carbon of biological origin. And the best place I can recommend to go and see that expressed clearly is in this by the PCE, Farms, Forests and Fossil Fuels, where there's a whole section which clearly draws out how different these things are, and therefore how false it is to equate biological carbon and fossil carbon in carbon accounting. Unfortunately, that false equivalence underlies a lot of the legislation in New Zealand climate change work, and it underlies our monumental failure of a emissions trading scheme. So basically I wanted to suggest that we try and differentiate between biological and fossil carbon in our budgeting, and that we do produce a budget for our carbon on an annual basis in parallel with our financial budget, and that by having such a rigorous accounting we'll be able to know if we really are going forward or backward. And I wanted to urge the further incorporation of embedded emissions into that budgeting. Note quite frequent mention in the plan and in supporting documents about recognising embedded emissions, but I think this needs to go a little bit further. In particular, a lot of the new equipment and infrastructure that we're planning to introduce for a low emissions future cost us emissions in the process of producing them. EVs don't grow on trees, they grow in coal-fired factories in China and elsewhere. So basically that's the essence of what I wish to emphasise, that that we incorporate those additional, a good carbon budget for going forward, and that we question the idea of growth as a driver and of excellence as a driver. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Spot on time. Thank you. Because we are actually about a minute or so ahead, is there any questions? No, everyone seems happy, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Nairi, please. Car keys, eh, David? Hello.
Being in charge of ratepayers' money is an enormous responsibility, something the City Council appears to continue to disregard. The long-standing problem with council is the money being collected from ratepayers is not being spent efficiently. Cost blowouts, such as the Horsewall Road link that is around 200 metres long, ballooned out to a cost of 25 million, and council then decided to discuss this in private. All council staff must remember they are simply employees of the ratepayers. The question must be asked, when jobs are being tendered for, does the council staff responsible not finalise the cost and completion date before sign-off so these cost blowouts do not occur? The council has a debt of 2.3 billion, and this type of blatant wastage of ratepayers' money must end. It is extremely disappointing the government's multiple offers to council to hand over the stadium project to the Crown were rejected outright, and now ratepayers are having to carry the burden of the Tikaka build, a total sum of $683 million. The long-term draft plan makes mention of keeping rates affordable and then later proposes an average rates increase of 13.24%. Along with this, what has not been mentioned is some ratepayers are now having to pay for their water if the water usage is over 100 toilet flushes a day, and this extra cost is based on the value of their house. I have spoken to many ratepayers who were just about in tears over the cost of their rates, and at times I have had to sell personal possessions to pay for my own rates. Because of the ever-increasing rates burden, some ratepayers are now considering selling their homes. Council staff contracts should be revised, and any staff member leaving under a cloud should not be entitled to any type of settlement. Trim the fat at the top, cut out performance bonuses. Why should council staff receive bonuses for just doing their job? While there is a 42% decline in job postings, job losses continue to mount, and New Zealand is in a recession. More land for an airport has been purchased. At the time, Christchurch Airport's project director, Michael Singleton, said the terms of the deal were confidential. This whole fiasco just shows a distinct lack of respect for Christchurch ratepayers. While plans for the airport are currently on hold, how much money have these secretive acquisitions acquisitions of land at Taras cost ratepayers already? Unfortunately, there seems to be no accountability as to how ratepayers' money is being spent. Making Christchurch a thriving, sustainable city will not happen until ratepayers have full confidence in senior leadership. Unfortunately, council's vision never seems to come together as they stumble from one disaster to another. Many ratepayers have told me they haven't got any respect or faith in the Christchurch City Council at all.
Thank you. Thank Kelly, please.
Thank you for expressing your opinions. It's really important to hear
Well,
everything.
I want to emphasise it's not just mine.
Oh, okay. Is there anything good that you think that the City Council's doing?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Thank you, Nairi, for going to the trouble to come and talk to us. Thank you. Very
It
good.
wasn't any trouble, I can assure you. It's about time the council got their act together and started thinking of the people that are funding their wages.
Thank you, mate. Sarah,
Thanks for that.
Sarah, please.
Good afternoon. I've been reading through the submissions on today's agenda, and I've seen quite a few others live, and I wonder, like me, if you find it incredibly inspiring and comforting and possibly challenging to know that there are so many dedicated people who care deeply about this city. In my first submission, in my role as board chair of Te Huarahi Linwood Avenue School, I ask you to consider the safety of our children and how best to invest in their futures. For our community, this means supporting kids and families to get to school safely and cheaply, providing active transport options, reducing our dependency on fossil fuels, providing amenities, and most importantly, long-term thinking so that no child is left behind. Specifically, I ask you to please deliver all the craft and surf projects that have been cut. In my personal submission, I had to ask myself, why bother to submit? Why am I here? I have two consuming passions, community and construction. I started out as a civil engineer 30 years ago and have been in construction ever since. I love it. It's all about building the best future for as many people as possible. To that end, I want to highlight how critical it is to build resilience and safety into our three waters, our drinking water, our wastewater, and our stormwater. We've underinvested and we need to play catch up. More funding should be set aside in the LTP. Engineering isn't particularly sexy. A lot of it is hidden away, and you want it to keep it that way. The last thing we need is rivers of shit running down our streets. I understand we need to pay for it all, and my family and I fully support the proposed rates increase. That's pretty much it for me. As a team, you have some big decisions ahead of you. I'd like you to ask yourself, what are your passions? Why are you here? Why are you sitting through all these submissions? I'm guessing it's not for the paycheck. Stealing from a recent politician's valedictory speech, presently we are stuck. To get unstuck, we all need to let go of some things and to be more committed to finding the answers than to being right or to others being wrong. This city expects you to live up to your governance role, work together and find the answers. At Te Huarahi Linwood Avenue School, our values are be your best, be strong, kia kaha, be brave, and be respectful. I hope you will embrace these values too, and I thank you in advance.
Thank you, Sam.
Hey, thank you for that, Sarah. That's a really good submission. And in terms of, I'm just interested to pick your brains in terms of being a civil engineer. So the challenge we have is deliverability of our capital program, and I just wondered, and I don't know, I'm sorry, I'm not sure which company you're with or anything, but have you got any feedback for us on how we could change how we deliver our program? Because we can put all the money on in the world, but if we can't actually deliver it, we're not achieving anything, if that kind of makes sense?
Yeah.
Any feedback that would be gratefully received?
I mean, there is a lot of information. I don't know the details of your situation, but there are a lot of details about how to deliver big projects out there. And I think it's about getting the risk, doing a really good risk profile and getting the right people involved.
Thank you. Tim?
Yeah, and with regards to the big projects, I think we've actually been doing pretty well if you look at the Tikaha compared to Parakori, but we won't go there.
Yeah.
With the nuts and bolts of what we do with regards to traffic safety, I'm a great supporter of the road cushions around schools because it does stop the traffic when they ignore our communities.
Yeah.
What would your thoughts be around your school?
So we, after I don't even know how many years, maybe 5 years, we've just worked with the council to put in a new slipway. I don't know if you know Linwood Ave School.
Yep.
It's
I don't know, but you drive past.
And most people get sort of like KFC and they don't actually see the school right there. But yeah, what's interesting is that it's working really well, apart from people coming down Linwood aren't slowing down enough to turn into the slipway, because the slipway entrance has changed a little tighter. It's got a little tighter and you can't swing in as much because there's parking there, or drop off, I should say. And so I think that absolutely any way that you can slow people down, I think most people, when they're driving, they see kids and they see lots of activity going on, they just naturally slow down. But a lot of people don't, and they need to be helped to slow down.
I would argue that most people don't.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah.
Tim, please.
Oh, sorry. Thanks.
Thank you.
Kia ora toto. My name is Tim Frank, and yes, I've got my clerical collar on, but normally I don't. But the schedule was for this changed to this. So previously I worked in government transport administration and also in logistics. So just I've also got quite a few kids, and so I just want to speak also on behalf of them, because I note that there's quite some debt being incurred. And I just want to be assured that this is for capital spending, not for operational, because we should not settle our children with debt. Another thing I want to talk about is transport, because that's what I'm interested in. And I generally support active transport and more public transport. Now, currently under the GPS, some of the funding for that may be a bit limited. So I thought you really need to use some of that funding a bit more smarter. Now, for example, here, as you see up there, recently the Trafalgar Street Papanui Parallel Cycleway was sealed with chip seal, which is not very good for bikes. And over in Church Lane in Maryvale, a very nice seal was put there, which would be very nice for bikes, but there's hardly any there. So I just want to, get a bit up the game in what you do where. Now, the next one, for example, there's an intersection in Papanui. There are about 12, 13 buses turning right, and there's no right turn arrow. And, the buses, as you can see, are often 4 minutes late or something just at that intersection. And it doesn't have to be a busway or anything like that, bus lane. But if you just could put one there, maybe that would help. I've had a response from one of the transport planners, and he says, no, he's more concerned about the roads going up Main North Road than the buses turning right into Harewood Road. So those are just two changes. Overall, I would think that for buses, it's important that you look at each individual bus route and optimize it. Just have a transport planner go along, crunch the data by bus route, and then actually optimize it. There's lots of little things that could be done. And for example, also for bus lanes, don't just assume they use between 3 p.m. and 6 p.m. Actually crunch the numbers and look what's happening there. Also, I think that our streets need to be safer for both young and old. I've know lots of old people, and they would want to use the bus, but they can't cross the road if they go home again. They can go in one direction, but not in the other direction. Another thing is that you should protect key corridors. And in Papanui, for example, there's St. James Park here on the right, and there's a cycleway that goes through to Harewood Road. Currently, it's very narrow. About 2 years ago, the property was on sale. Nobody thought of maybe pinching half a meter to make the cycleway a bit wider. The cost would have been $64,000 for the property plus legal, so that's double, something like that. But that's $120,000 or so. Also, currently, for example, the Papanui railway station is for sale. That may be an opportunity to do something to protect that corridor. Also, I realize that the funding for Christchurch is currently not sufficient, I think, to do some major projects. So I really encourage you to push for city deals, because you need more finance. Or get a greater share of revenue through something. I have a few suggestions here, but maybe there are a few more. And also, as you're looking at the mass transit, which is part of the Greater Christchurch plan, you really need to get more funding for that so that it gets more certainty. So that's my brief comments. There's more in my submission. Thank you.
Celeste? Yep.
Thank you, very interesting. Can you just expand a bit more on the congestion charging side of it? Because I feel like we haven't really talked about that sufficiently.
Well, as you know, various governments have thought about congestion charging. It depends how you implement it. You can just have it in the central city, or you can put it in zones or whatever. Really, you would currently, I would encourage you to work together with Auckland and other cities and see what they're implementing to see how it might work here. But from that, there should be enough funding to do some major projects. That's what. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah.
I just got a question, because you said about capital investment at the beginning. I was just wondering what your opinion is about, we're planning to fund renewals of our infrastructure by rating for it by 2032, but we're slowing that down. So we reduced that after the earthquakes, and we're slowing down that at the moment so we can reduce the rates for a few years and then ramp that back up again. So it means that we'll end up borrowing for some of our renewals now and then paying more interest. So it'll cost longer in the long term. But I was wondering what your opinion is about that, because obviously it's to reduce rates for the next couple of years.
Yeah, so I realised that the current rate rise is quite substantial. So probably in this current year it's not really feasible. But I think in the closer term, maybe we would have to look at more rate rises rather than debt, which I think should be kept for major upgrades and new capital.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your submission. Thank you. Is Vanessa here, please?
Mayor, councillors, guests as well. Ko Vanessa Wells, tōku ingoa, kia ora koutou. My name's Vanessa Wells and I'm a filmmaker based here in Otatahi, Christchurch, and I'm asking that the council itemise the regional screen production grant in the long-term plan. Despite 17 years as an improviser with the Court Theatre, I have decided to use a script today because I wanted to stay on task, and this actually means quite a lot, and I'm really privileged to be speaking to you, so thank you. My life with the arts in Christchurch dates back a lot further than my time with the Court Theatre, though, back to a wee 8-year-old learning to dance in the Arts Centre. To me, my hometown of Christchurch has always been deeply connected to the arts. Back then, though, I didn't call it the arts, I just called it fun. And I now call it work, but it is still fun, and I absolutely adore my job. I'm speaking to you today because I want my work and my business to flourish here in my own hometown. But the arts can't do that without support. It's one of those things that everyone uses in some shape or form because it's an integral part of being human. And we need to help keep work flowing in our city. These days, my full-time job as a filmmaker means that I rely on an ecosystem because film is a collaborative medium. Over the last 3 years, the foresight of this council has been to instigate a regional screen production grant, which has transformed our local filmmaking ecosystem. From a groundbreaking $1.5 million scheme has flowed 11 films and over $12.5 million, conservatively, in return to the local economy, from everything from hiring of venues, accommodation nights, rental cars, to filled rolls and sushi and a ridiculous amount of coffee for crew. It is an industry secret that films are held together by gaffer tape and coffee. Well, over the last 3 years, that gaffer tape's been bought from Papanui, Mitre 10, and the coffee has come from places like Switch and Sockburn. It's imperative that the phenomenal start to the regional grant scheme is continued. Without it, they will not come. The playing field is not level, and the only way to get larger films to look outside their safe sheds in Auckland and film where we are is to incentivise. I'm on the board of WIFT NZ, which is Women in Film and Television, and I'm the South Island representative on that board, and I've worked there for the last 8 years. WIFT NZ is the country's largest film organisation, with over 1,300 members. We're actually larger than most of the film guilds combined. And I see, through that organisation, firsthand what growth in the industry can do and how we are perceived outside of our region. As a result of the Council's vision in setting up this grant and seizing this opportunity for a broad range of Christchurch local businesses, 3 other screen officers are scrambling to catch up and looking to establish their own regional incentives due to the nationally recognised success of ours. If other cities, regions, are successful while the Screen Canterbury NZ's grant is disestablished, our local screen industry could fall further behind than we were before, and all that we have gained could be lost. Others, yesterday, have spoken more to the financial gains. However, my personal perspective is a little outside the big films. I make documentaries, good ones. And if I am to continue, I want to be able to utilise local talent for my post-production. I want the post-production facilities in Christchurch to grow. Without the bigger players coming to town, us smaller players miss out because our talent leaves. We need our talent to stay, to live, work and play in Canterbury. This makes for a healthy ecosystem, all the diversity of the film industry surviving together in a giant film food web. And yes, I make sciencey films. I'm also a tutor at the University of Canterbury's Digital Screen School. I would love the students that I'm teaching week in, week out to have hope for a job in Christchurch when they graduate. I want there to be future opportunities for this new wave of talent who have come to make Christchurch home to study and give them opportunities to stay for longer, working and thriving in our community too. And finally, I'm totally delighted to see Dock Edge Festival come to our city in June this year. But how sad would it be to begin that relationship with a closed-door approach to the filmmakers themselves? You can come to party, but we'll make it really difficult to work. We know it is more expensive to film here. We need to overcome those barriers and incentivise our crews to be here, to grow here, and for our local businesses to be able to flourish and feed off that, to increase our own sustainability. This makes good, solid business sense. And I'm asking the council to itemise the regional screen production grant in the long-term plan so that it is protected from budgetary cuts and shifting goalposts within internal departments. Itemise the arts and the film industry and declare publicly how important it is to us as a region that we are a cultural powerhouse and that we will continue to lead the nation in growing this industry. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Vanessa. Aaron?
Yeah, Vanessa, do you know what percentage of funding from New Zealand On Air, the Film Commission and stuff, that the South Island gets in total?
Actually, I don't know that off the top of my head, but anecdotally, it's as little as 2%.
Right, and we're 24% of the population currently. Yeah, okay. And just so everyone knows, Vanessa's work in WIFT over the years was essentially the backbone of the industry until we re-established the film office. Mm-hmm. So she speaks from a big platform. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Yeah, Yanni, please.
Yeah, thank you. I just wondered if you had any thoughts around our economic strategy undervaluing or not being more explicit about the benefit of creative industries to our economy or to our prosperity. Like and I don't know how much you're aware of kind of what's in it, but certainly in our long-term plan, we set sort of objectives and stuff around levels of service, activity management plans that guides the investment. And I just wondered if you'd kind of had any thoughts about the higher level promotion of the creative industries in our city in terms of the benefits and the reason why they should be supported.
I think there's always a lot of talk. Nobody ever says let's not like the arts. You know, everybody likes to like the arts. What we find though is that value within what people are prepared to spend to enjoy the arts or what people are prepared to support with the arts is not enough to actually be able to produce the quality of goods that we're after. So the thing is, if we want to be making these top films and these top productions and developing fantastic new work coming through, you actually do need to put fiscal backing to it, because the people like me who are making the stuff, we still need to pay our rates and we still need to make mortgages, and this is my living. So that's where the difference often is. So we do actually need to be putting that investment in behind the words of like, yes, we support the arts, we need to back it up with the goods. And within departments, often people go, oh, look, that's a line that we can shave 500,000 off, we'll just make that less. But the knock-on effect to that is actually what we can produce.
Thank you very much. Very good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Carrie, please. Carrie? Is it? Carrie Hunter? Oh, sorry. Hello.
Tēnā koutou. I just want to mention to begin with that I've heard the word ideology mentioned in these chambers before, and I just thought I'd say that up front, since everyone has an ideology, that mine involves thinking that we should be planning for everybody's welfare. We should be planning for the future, not the past. And that resilience in the face of future conditions is more important than maximising short-term economic growth. And that to ensure people's welfare into the future, we should be taking a precautionary approach to the conditions we're going to be facing. You all have heard that there's a bit of an issue with climate. Recent reports have come out saying that we could have as many as 1 billion people migrating because of climate change by 2050. It's not very far away. Could be less than that, could be just a third. On the other hand, it could also be 3 times that many. And we could have 1 billion people killed by climate change by 2100. Again, it could be fewer, but it could also be more. To put that in perspective, it's something like 100 times as many people as been killed by COVID. So we need to both take a serious approach to mitigating rapidly so that we don't push past the kinds of tipping points that make it difficult to bring things back. And also we need to adapt for the conditions that we're going to be facing. Some of the implications of that for the Christchurch City plan involve, obviously transport's a big part of our emissions, so getting in place safe, effective, active transport routes really quickly is kind of essential for being able to do that. It's essential infrastructure. It should be funded at least as much as motor lanes until we've got in place safe, effective routes to get pretty much everywhere in our urban areas. That could be done quick and cheap and to begin with, and then improved over time as we see what needs to be adjusted to make it work better. The port and the airport are both enabling massive amounts of emissions beyond what they directly use. We should be requiring them to measure the emissions that they produce and the emissions that they enable, and then requiring them to reduce those rapidly. We have a plan to reduce emissions by 50% by 2030. That's important. We need to do what's necessary to make that happen. Mass long distance tourism is not a long-term kind of industry that is compatible with living within the kind of boundaries we've got. Things like low emissions arts, on the other hand, care for people and planet, those kinds of things can be done in a way that uses less emissions, supports the economy and supports people's welfare. We need to protect our biodiversity. Along with the climate crisis, we've got a very serious biodiversity crisis on a worldwide scale, looking like 6th mass extinction. We need to fund biodiversity protection in our district, and one of the things that will help both with biodiversity and also to help protect us against the urban heat island effect that is likely to become an issue when we get the kinds of record-breaking heats that have hit other cities at times, that have hit other cities recently in the last few years, that planting trees and tiny forests in our urban areas can make a real difference to that, to make our cities habitable and reduce the fatalities. Preparing for the future, one of the things that will take a long time to sort, and therefore we need to get onto ahead of time, is looking at our wastewater system. It's a gravity-fed system. The treatment works are at fairly low level compared with sea level. At the moment, the Christchurch City Council's climate plan looks like it's expecting sea level rise of less than a metre by the end of the century. But more recent reports are saying we need to be prepared for 2 to 3 metres this century, and with storm surges we should be prepared for higher than that. Because it's not the kind of thing that can be turned on a dime, we should be beginning in this term to start looking at the kinds of approaches that we could take in the future. Begin the investigations now, in this term of the council, and then this decade start looking at developing more detailed options, pilots, whatever, so that we can get ahead of that and get something in place before it becomes a crisis, because once it's a crisis, it's a very serious emergency that will be hard to recover from. Obviously, sanitation is one of, cars are a recent thing, but having sanitation functioning in a city is one of the most fundamental things for making a city livable. Be tougher for those of us on the east, but everybody in the city would suffer if it starts to fail. So very, very keen for us to have a good plan for that ahead of time. How am I going time-wise?
Oh, you're not doing too good. You've done very well.
I got a whole lot more to say.
We're right.
Stop there if I have
You've
to.
done very well, in actual fact. Has anyone got any questions, please? No. Thank you very much for your time. That was brilliant.
Tēnā tātou.
Thank you. Okay, is Hamish here, please?
No, we haven't started yet, great.
How are you, mate?
Oh, look, I'm good. How are you?
Great.
Great. Cool. Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Hamish Fairburn tuka wingua. Thank you very much for this opportunity to come and present our submission to you. I'm fortunate enough to work for an organisation called Conservation Volunteers New Zealand, and we are a not-for-profit charitable trust. Our purpose is to inspire people to become kaitiaki guardians for their local communities, and a whakatauki that we have adopted is he rauranga e OTI, by many hands the task is completed. We are a community-led, agency-supported organisation, and we are most appreciative of the support that we have received so far from Council. We have been in Ōtautahi for the last 6.5 years. So this glorious photo here was taken above Whakaraupo, Littleton Harbour. I'd just like to say that Conservation Volunteers New Zealand is 100% committed to Ōtautahi and the region, and what we offer is a very incredibly unique experience. So we are based in the beautiful Patterson House at Horswell Quarry, which is a council building. And then just to the left, you can see who some of our important partners are. With specific responses to the long-term plan, so CVNZ supports the objectives and the continuation of the Christchurch Biodiversity Fund, but requests that the amount is increased to reflect demand more clearly. We are concerned about the proposed removal of Environmental Partnerships Fund, and we are appreciative of the Council's focus for the Better Off funding package for an increase in restoration, planting and pest control programs. We also strongly encourage Council to consider long-term funding of key community organisations such as CVNZ that are engaged in delivering priority conservation outcomes such as plant and animal pest control. So these are some of our staggering achievements in Christchurch over the last 6.5 years. And this photo here was taken at Cedarwood, where we're doing a huge amount of work in the Ōtākaro Avon River Corridor. So some of our achievements, we've received $270,000 worth of seed funding from Council, which we're really, really grateful for. Thank you. This money and our relationship with Council has been crucial to our success. And CVNZ has managed to leverage this investment and managed to contribute an additional $6.5 million through our Kaimahi for Nature program and also our Conservation Work Skills Employment Pathways program. Our volunteer contribution has been worth $1.27 million. I left one particular figure off that slide purposefully, and that's the number of trees that we have planted in Ōtautahi and the region in the 6.5 years, and that's 131,000 native trees, of which I believe the Mayor has planted a few with us as well, which is excellent, along with some other councillors. So 2 of our key projects is the Ōtākaro River Corridor, and over the past 3 years we have planted and maintained 55,000 native trees with an assortment of different community groups. And this year we'll be planting another 11,000 native trees in Waikakariki Goodman Reserve and also Brooker Reserve. Our commitment to the river corridor is evident, and we are currently investing in a nursery at the Climate Action Campus. And these people here in the photo came through our Work Skills program, which is a partnership that we run with the Ministry of Social Development. So with the nursery, we are looking to grow 20,000 native trees, and we see this as being integral to the restoration across the region. That includes the river corridor, the Port Hills, and also neighbouring properties. We're very fortunate in that we work with numerous rangers that are incredibly passionate, and yeah, I just want to say that the rangers that Christchurch City Council has are very dedicated and knowledgeable, and yeah, they really are a great asset to the council. CVNZ requests council to include us in their planning and funding opportunities within the river corridor to allow us to develop longer term planning to facilitate local community engagement and ownership more effectively. And we'll be seeking $90,000 annually as a contribution towards this program. The Whakaora Pest Project is another program that I would like to talk about. This was initiated by CVNZ some 18 months ago in response to the growing community-driven predator and pest control activities across the region. And it's also succession for our Kaimahi for Nature program, recognising that whakaropō was a missing but critical link in the work of pest-free Banks Peninsula and predator-free Port Hills. And with WAP, we are trapping and doing pest plant control in numerous council sites throughout the harbour. So this slide here shows you where we are doing our predator control on Christchurch City Council reserves. So what the Whakaora Pest Project outcomes clearly deliver on Council's weed and animal pest plant control priorities, and as such, and on the basis of this submission, CVNZ requests from Council a commitment to a long-term funding contribution to WAP of $50,000 annually. An integral partner with the work that we have been doing in Whakaropō over the last 6 years has been Te Hapu o Ngāti Wheki, and we've worked very closely with them, with the likes of Whakaora Healthy Harbour and also our Kaimahi for Nature program. And this is a final slide, and I just wanted to show this just to illustrate the work that we are currently doing and how this supports pest-free Banks Peninsula with what they are doing on Kaitariti and also on Wildside. CVNZ looks forward to continuing our work with Christchurch City Council and our many project partners in protecting and restoring our unique biodiversity. Thanks very much for your time.
Thank you for coming in and giving us such a good submission. Thank you very much.
Yeah, no problem.
You went over a wee bit and there's no
yeah,
question.
sorry, I was just...
No, that's right. No,
I was super excited and...
Good.
Yeah. I couldn't hold back.
But Kelly, who hardly ever gets a chance to speak, would like to ask you a question.
Thank you. How would I buy a trap myself?
To buy a trap, that's a really good question.
Men sheds do.
Yeah, I mean, there are lots of places online that you could go to. I probably need to do a little bit of research and then come back to you. I know that predator-free Port Hills
and New Brighton. They've
and
got
New
them at the
Brighton.
market.
Okay, thanks, Sarah. Yeah.
There's this.
We'll get you one, mate. Thank you very much.
Or what you could do is you could come along to a trap making workshop that we're going to be offering through our pest project. Okay.
He's got a gun, so.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks, Hamish.
Oh, yeah, no worries.
Okay, Cameron, please. No, Cameron was a wee bit late, but he's all good.
Kia ora. Right, well, I'll launch into things. So the crux of my written submission really was something I've been submitted on for several years, and broadly, paraphrased by an ECAN councillor by saying I support raising rates to the levels that they need to be, so that we don't effectively push spending onto our children. Which is a nice thing to say, and I know you've got hard trade-offs to make, but I'd just like to keep that in your mind, and that when we don't spend now, there's many things which come back and we end up paying for down the line. So, but I'd actually like to spend my verbal time on the final paragraph of my submission, and that starts by saying that I think this type of consultation is actually quite harmful to the long-term interests of Christchurch. The consultation documents are huge and so complex. And what that means is that older, richer, whiter, better educated people with more time on their hands have a lot more influence than anyone else in this process. The trade-offs between costs and benefits in the plan are not made clear, and that includes a bunch of costs that are resultant from inaction. And there are a number of things that are needed to make an informed decision not visible, such as changes from the last plan, non-financial costs, opportunities that weren't funded, and outstanding risks. So I provided similar feedback to ECAN, who asked the question, how do we do it better? And I was put on the spot a bit, but I thought, well, for you I might have a bit of time to think about it, so I sort of sat down and thought about it. So I think there's some missing information that could be included in the plan. So some of the things mentioned earlier, the changes from last plan, what was funded and is not now, some non-financial costs. I know these are complex, but I don't think it's good enough to just ignore them. The opportunities that you've received and said no to, and the risks that effectively are outstanding on the implementation of this plan. I also think it would be really useful to include an assessment of how well the plan actually works towards the vision, desired outcomes, strategic priorities, and the targets that we have. So we have a 2030 carbon emission target. This plan launches well into 2030, but I couldn't see an assessment of actually how well the plan met that target. Another thing that you could consider is continuing to trust your staff and putting a lot of faith in them. They have significant expertise in quite complex areas. They understand the impacts of their recommendations, and actually they know what does and doesn't work towards our strategic priorities and community outcomes better than the public do. You could look at bite-sized consultations, so much smaller ones which look at maybe would you rather scenarios, or evaluate the support levels for different projects that you could then compare. You could also look at allowing people to appropriate a discretionary budget and see how they'd do it. Obviously you've got a whole bunch of stuff that is kind of a non-negotiable, but it sort of gives people a bit of ability to say, well, where would we appropriate that other stuff? Another idea is looking at actually putting some more information out there that lets people do some more public analysis. So spreadsheet formats of project and operations information, and the funding that's allocated to each part in this long-term plan versus the last, that would allow some pretty awesome public analysis and debate. You could also consider a citizens' assembly. Could be a group representative of our population that's given some real good education on the long-term plan, the type that you guys kind of receive. I know that would take quite some time, so there'd need to be some compensation for those people. But ultimately, I think you'd get a set of recommendations from an informed panel, that is representative of our population. Finally, I think this plan, should include opportunities for communities to bring new initiatives to life that otherwise don't have a home within CCC funds available. So I know that, like other local governments, CCC's in a difficult landscape at the moment. I know you're working very hard internally to solve some of the problems, but actually many of the solutions for some of your problems will be out in the community. There's plenty of people out there that belong to Christchurch who know how to do things better. Sometimes that's incrementally and sometimes that's radical change. So I feel like there could be benefit if you spent some time seeking to find those people and the opportunities that they see, and really enable and support them, hopefully for the long-term benefit of Otatahi. Thank you.
Thank you. Absolutely brilliant. Any, Aaron?
On your earlier comment about passing the burden on to children, obviously they inherit everything that our forefathers have built and we build on and so on. But interest rates are compounding. So if we put on 10% now, it stays at 10% and then gets added to along the way, and then they receive all of that.
Yep.
So they receive really massive rates in the future because it's compounding.
Yeah.
So your
I
thoughts
get all
on
that. So I'm not making the argument that financial debt is nothing to consider. What I'm making the argument for is that all debt should be considered, debts and opportunity costs. So that's kind of the, I know it's a hard thing to do, but I think I said last year that you've got experts within your council who can solve some really complex problems and give some really, really good advice. And actually looking at saying like our target of 2030 being, is it 50% reduction in emissions, and not even evaluating that in our long-term plans, pretty bad in my thoughts.
Okay.
It'll be the same as this year.
We are 2 minutes early, so Les can have the last one before lunch.
I enjoyed your comment around kind of utilising community expertise a bit more and thinking. What's your view on participatory budgeting? Because I know the Federal for Local Government made some recommendations around enabling community input earlier into the planning stages, particularly before the draft budget is set, because as we know, it is much harder to change things once they're in place. Do you have any thoughts on how we could maybe pilot that?
So I have to claim ignorance. I don't know much about participatory budgeting, but I mean, I presume it's something like a citizens' assembly. So look, I think it's a great idea, and I mean, you probably need to give a bit of thought as to, well, who might you want on that table? You'd probably want to make sure that they're representative of the whole of Otatahi, and I'd say maybe a panel about this size, and honestly pay them to get out of work for a week and actually teach them about the sorts of trade-offs that they might need to make, that you guys need to make, and hope that you get some insights that way.
Thank you, Cameron. Thanks for coming up.
Thank you.
Good on you guys, and we will be back here at 1:35 on the dot. Thank you.
Sorry about that. All right, welcome everyone. Sorry, we're kicking
Can you
away.
see me?
Yes, we can now. Thank you.
Great.
Oh, we're only 1 minute late. So, I've got an apology this afternoon from Victoria Henstock and apology from Councillor Scandrett for lateness. He'll be late back, and of course the Mayor's off. So we will fire away and welcome the Richmond Residents and Business Association. Dave Duffy is chairperson, and Rachel. Welcome. Push the button, it'll go green. Yep.
Of course. I'd like to introduce Rachel Crawford, who's our capacity builder. That's right, I always forget that term. Who's been working with us for now 2.5 years, and enabling us to make some good progress on some of our projects. You people have had some pretty big fish to look at in the last week or so, and another week ahead of you, I believe. We're one of the little fish, and it's probably illustrated by the fact that we've got 5 minutes to speak to our submission. I'm not going to try and speak to the 11 separate clauses in the submission in 5 minutes. Some of the items in there are about Richmond particularly, concerns that we're working on. Some of them flow over into and could be interpreted to concern the whole of Christchurch, such as the issues surrounding water and those kinds of things. But I do want to reflect on some of the other things that this submission process has put in front of us, and we would like to convey our thoughts to you about these. We've noticed that there is a sign of a different relationship between council and community in the last 6 months. And the signs we see are encouraging. But we want to pick up on those and try and emphasise them for the future. Because at Richmond, one of the things we pride ourselves on is we're not looking back at the past. We're having to deal with the past, but we want to look into the future and build a sustainable future. So these are some of the thoughts that we've had. We would like to see the continued development of collaborative relationships, and in developing those collaborative relationships, trying not to express everything in monetary terms. This long-term plan, possibly the main theme for most residents is, will the rates go up and by how much? We want to move away from that monetised frame of mind to developing the relationships to work for the better of the city and deal with the money issues as part of that, not because of it. Another thought we have is that we need to move away from pothole politics. And that's not a dig at the Mayor. It's because of some of the statements he made earlier, but it's a sign of what is happening in governments around the world. There's a whole lot of patch-up stuff going on. There's a whole lot of cosmetic stuff going on. And what we really need to be looking at is some of the major infrastructure things. And I know you're doing that through water and transport and those sorts of things, but within the suburbs themselves. So I've got a living example right outside my front door at the moment with the rebuild of my street. It's 104 years old. I've lived there 54 years. It had 2 minor lots of maintenance in those 54 years, and now it's a major, oh, look at that. It's, as you can see for yourself, it's a major reconstruction, completely disrupting the street for about 5 months. And I wonder sometimes if we didn't act sooner and with more thought and more planning, we wouldn't land ourselves in these situations where there's major disruption, albeit for a small group of people. But the third point we want to make is that there's a vast untapped resource of knowledge, ideas and enthusiasm in local communities, which is stifled by an inadequate consultation process based on the narrow parameters of the current submission practices. We want to see a greater relationship developing after the submission process so that plans or ideas can be taken further. They may not reach fruition, but they may lead to other things. They may lead to community involvement. They may lead to a community that feels as if it's part of the city rather than being treated as, no, that's not a good idea, we won't take it any further and you won't hear any more back from us. So we want to encourage that next step, if you like, from the submission process. And fourthly, we feel we have to address the spectres of the past and the present, and we can go back to the earthquakes. We're still dealing with issues from there. COVID, a new government, procrastination, personal interest, and indecision, which is reducing our spending capacity markedly. It's delaying our progress, and it has a hand in disincentivising our residents. We need to be proactive and courageous and show leadership. And I see a lead article in the paper this morning that's going to test you again about how you spend the money that came through from the Three Waters funding.
Just another challenge for us, Dave.
That's right.
So your 5 minutes just went whoosh then. So.
And that's all I have to say.
Oh, perfect. Hey, that was a really lovely submission. Thank you very much, and thanks for everything that you're doing in and for your and with your community. Appreciate it. All right, sorry, we have to move on because we've got a tight schedule. That brings us to Anton Wilkie. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Kia ora. Thank you for the opportunity. Hi, I'm Anton Wilkie. I'm in the tourism industry. I've over 35 years experience, and during the 1990s I was sales and marketing manager for Canterbury Tourism, and during 2019-2020 I was destination development manager for Christchurch NZ. I'm here privately today speaking through my tourism industry lens to strongly support ongoing funding by the Christchurch City Council for the Christchurch Arts Centre. The Christchurch Arts Centre is to be hugely congratulated for its journey to recover following severe earthquake damage. The Arts Centre is now able to focus on its core ambition to create a living, successful space for the arts and creative community of Christchurch. The Christchurch Arts Centre, in my view, is in a unique position where it could shift its focus to include not only the stewardship of this historic collection of buildings and promotion of local arts and culture, but also evolve into a far more commercially focused visitor attraction for the benefit of all. That would be the third pillar of support for this major asset. According to Christchurch NZ, in the year ending February 24, there was $1.2 billion spent by domestic and international visitors in Canterbury, but just $35 million of the spending was on arts and recreation activities. The traditional visitor heritage experience in Christchurch included the Arts Centre, Canterbury Museum, Worcester Boulevard, linked to the Christchurch Cathedral. This was activated in 1995 by the completion of the Christchurch tram, and at that time the Christchurch Eyesight Visitors Centre was in the old municipal chambers on the edge of the Avon River. The new post-quake and regenerated city image of Christchurch is now forever different to pre-2011. Our new modern city is now positioning itself for the future. However, as part of this, we need to tell the story of how we got here and how we came to be. Visitors are currently a little confused at what they find during this time of transition and are hungry to better understand Christchurch, and the Arts Centre is an essential part of sharing that story. Christchurch as a marketable destination is still struggling to offer sufficient full set of commercialised visitor attractions, ones that can be packaged, pre-sold on the international market, visitor experiences that motivate margin-driven tour businesses to include more time in the city. We still need more reasons to come and visit and explore Christchurch, converting more visitor accommodation nights, increasing length of stay, and the wider economic benefits to the community. The Arts Centre is a key and core important part of that strategy and can be increasingly so into the future. The Christchurch Arts Centre, with its unique set of 17 heritage-listed buildings within the one captive, succinct and clear location, is a unique visitor attraction to New Zealand and likely the Southern Hemisphere. The Christchurch Arts Centre is a valuable contributor of our seasonal solution to drive better year-round business flow and cash flow to the city, and it can further develop to appropriate commercialism, will actually increase this contribution. With the current closure of the Canterbury Museum, the incompletion of the Christchurch Cathedral, currently closed municipal chambers, an unclear future for the provincial chambers, and the stalling of the planned eyesight option at the old post office site in the square, the Christchurch Arts Centre is being left to fend for itself as the core, completed and open offering to the visitors of Christchurch seeking the original and well-recognised established English garden heritage city experience. They need our city's ongoing support to do this. The Christchurch Arts Centre also remains a vital image and media icon for the city. In our age of digitally shared social media, the Arts Centre remains a powerful, Instagrammable site that leverages free exposure to millions. Our visitors are increasingly doing our marketing via their own captured images. How do we convert this experience into financial return for the Arts Centre? The Christchurch Arts Centre advises that there are nearly 1 million visitors to the facility every year. Where do these visitors come from? Where do they enter? What do they do on site? When do they come? It would appear that there is a current gap in the data on the site to understand the opportunities around these current visitors. Based on my own personal industry knowledge, experience and personal observation, it's clear that every day many small coach tours currently park up on the Hereford Street coach parks and provide the Arts Centre as a free experience. These coach operators sell their tours for profits that don't currently reach the Arts Centre in any significant scale. We also know that in the 23-24 season, Lyttelton and Christchurch welcomed 83 cruise ships and collective capacity of at least 150,000 passengers, plus the crew in addition to this. Many of these guests explored the Arts Centre at no cost or spend. The opportunity for the Arts Centre is clear. The customer is already here on site and potentially looking for engagement that visitors may be prepared to pay for. My strongest recommendation to this hearing would be that the Christchurch City Council continue to fund the Arts Centre to at least, if not more than its current level, and that in the future this funding is somehow at least partly tagged to first grow the visitor data set to drive better understanding, and then focus on the development of a strategic, commercialised visitor plan for the facility. This plan would guide the organisation and facility into a more sustainable and self-funding futures. Things simply can't go on as they are. The Arts Centre must ultimately be the source of more of its own funds, and this is where new revenues from the regenerative visitor economy can contribute.
So, Anton, are you nearly there?
Thank you very much.
Oh,
Appreciate your
perfect.
time.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your feedback on that one. Appreciate it. Right, now we welcome the infamous Pam Richardson, who's going to actually, you'll just stay at the table for the full three?
Yeah, I'll stay at table for 3.
We'll just put her on 15.
And I certainly hope that you've actually looked at my photographs of Pigeon Bay. So I will start at Pigeon Bay. I decided that I would provide you with some photographs that would take your eye, and rather than writing a long submission, that you would actually just look at that and see it. So if you go to page 222, which is the final, and some closing comments that I've got there. There's some nice things in the front there of that I hope that you'll have a look at and take on board. But it's the closing comments on page 222 that I'm looking at. So one of the photographs earlier in here, we show the Pigeon Bay War Memorial. That's on page 209, where you see the War Memorial is right on the edge of the sea. So it is an issue. We need to be thinking about something about that. We put that wall in with working with Paul Devlin a number of years ago and using accredited, approved CCC operators or whatever you call them to do that work there. The next one is issues around the eroding sea walls. Now I came last year with the same issue, and that's on page 211, and that is the wall this year. Last year there was not so much that had fallen down. This year's a whole lot more. So what I'm asking is that our community would like to meet with someone. We did have a phone call last year. I did have a phone call to from someone to say that they were watching the issues. But I would like to ask if we could possibly have a meeting with the community and working with staff and looking what we might do. And if there's an easy solution. The road does go along there. It goes both to the left over the Holmes Bay Port Levy Road and to the right to the wharf. So it is an issue. And then I've got a nice comment there for you, Pauline, on the bottom of there that, the staff, City Council staff, are part of our family, or we think they're part of our family, and we enjoy working with them, and that we appreciate all the ongoing management that we get in Pigeon Bay.
Thank you so much for the positive comments, Pam. They're always welcome.
Well, the more you give, the more you get. And if you look at what we've done in our hall over the last 12 months, you'll understand about the more you give, the more you get. So things do happen. So has anybody got any questions around the Pigeon Bay area?
Oh, yes. So Sarah, and then Kelly, did you have one?
Yeah. Kia ora, Pam. When you look at the broader adaptation planning that we've got,
yes.
Is the Pigeon Bay community really keen to get started on that process for this, rather than an ad hoc individual?
I understand what you're saying, but there's probably far more deserving ones, because there's no houses impacted by this. There is a war memorial and roading structure, but there's no houses directly impacted by this, and that Akaroa might be more. I'm not sure, but we certainly could work with a team if that was what was required.
I mean, the adaptation planning is on public facilities more than for the private homes.
Yes.
So it's on the public space.
Yes.
And it would be probably linked up with other communities.
Yes.
But you're keen for us to
get
on with that kind of process generally.
Because the whole area around Pigeon Bay needs doing.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Thanks, Pam. So at high tide and with waves and stuff like that, does the water come up over the edge and
yes, it does. It comes up over onto the road, leaves debris on the road. Yes, and there are some seawalls there already, but yes, it is, and it's eroding it away.
How many times a year would that happen?
Oh, well, every high storm there'll be stuff over the road.
Okay.
Okay, great. So do you want to carry on?
So the next one is the Akaroa wastewater, which is causing huge angst in our community, and I've been involved with it for many, many years, right from the very start. Mm-hmm. So I have made suggestions there. That we repair what's there. We look at, I'm suggesting that we work more with the Akaroa community. We haven't done a lot of work with the Akaroa community to help them understand. And back in the time in it might have been after even 2011, when the Environment Court suggested it all go back to the drawing board again, that we also at that time talked about going back to the community and working with that community. So, but the community at the moment is faring very sore. The Robinsons Bay community, the Takamatua community, they're faring very, very sad and very hurt by the process. And of course, we all don't understand, the costs that are rising all the time and what's happening. I'm on the devotionals end, and it seems to have gone quiet lately too. So there's obviously new information out about that.
Yeah, we've had a couple of very full submissions on that. Do you want to take questions on that now?
Yes.
Councillor Templeton?
Thank you. With the Akaroa wastewater scheme, from the information that we've been presented in other submissions,
yes.
I haven't seen anything yet, apart from the lack of work on the infiltration, that is different to the information that the community were presenting with the hearings panel and the decision to go ahead with the current plans. And I haven't seen anything that's new or different that would lead to a different scheme.
No, there isn't. No one's come up with that. Of course, right at the very beginning we had right out to the harbour, we had over to the other side to Wainui, we had through to the town. There were a lot of those options looked at.
They were all looked at.
They were all looked at early on, but they were expensive, but now they'll be more expensive. But we just need to have an opportunity to sit down and, hey, look, how can we do this together and what would be a good outcome?
So has the community, the working group continued? Because that was a result of the recommendations.
No, I'm not. I haven't been involved with the working group.
But there is a working group still?
There was a working group from Robinsons Bay that was working with the council.
Tyrone?
Thanks, Pauline. So, Pam, thanks, Pam. Yeah, and a lot of people have already submitted on, and
yes.
It's obviously front of mind for a lot of us. And are you supportive of redirecting some of the funding to deal with the I&I problem? Or is
most definitely.
Yeah.
Most definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah, we
Or
have to
already
find out
funding.
what's causing it.
Yeah.
You know, we probably know what's causing
Front foot
it.
it, basically.
But we all need to do something.
Yeah, no, good.
Not
Thanks,
just
Pam.
the council.
Okay.
Well said, Pam, thank you.
Do you want to carry on?
Okay, and then the last one is in regards to Takapuniki, and as I've said, I'm chair of the co-governance group and chair of the Akaroa Museum and Advisory Board. So I am passionate about Takapuniki, and I'm also passionate about the Akaroa Museum as well. And it's a wonderful opportunity for us to tell the story moving forward, as what's happened in Akaroa Harbour. And it's I'm delighted by what the council has itself, the Te Honga Committee, as I mentioned down there, and the opportunity for all of those runanga to work very closely with the council. We've also got cultural advisors, and the council acknowledging Te Tiriti o Waitangi. So I'm very positive about those things, and we all need to understand them. Even if we're against them, we need to understand them and acknowledge what happened and get on with the job. And then the last bit there was about the Akaroa Museum. Well, I'm also on the advisory board for that. And just recently we have got an exhibition, which is an amazing exhibition in the Akaroa Museum. You've got plenty of time to come and see it and read that story, and see some artefacts that would have been picked up along the line, including the conservation report that was given to the council. I think it might have been 2016 or 18. It's in the museum. And it'll help you understand it. But it's there until November. So I challenge you all to go to Akaroa and see it. And it would not only strengthen the numbers through the door, but it would improve your knowledge of what really happened at Takapuniki and its amazing story.
Cool, thank you. All right. Free?
Yes, the museum's free. Yes.
Excellent. All right, is that it? Do you want to move on to your federated farmers, or?
Yeah, right. We better keep moving.
Yes.
Right, federated farmers. Wonder why the rate is so high compared to the other rates that are in your document advertising the long-term plan. I think the residential was 13, business was 14. And we might have been 14 something else, a bit higher. So we're the highest of it. We do acknowledge that we've still got the rural differential, and that we've also, we don't receive the water, sewer, and those other rates on a rural property. So there is a reason why we get that rural differential. But I can't find in my reading, and I've done a lot of reading, I love your asset and activity plans. They're very clear in what's happening. I can't always see that Banks Peninsula is mentioned, but they are quite readable and good documents, and everybody should read them. One of the ones that's most exciting is, I think, about community facilities and recognising that there are problems around community facilities, but it explains what the issues are. So if I go and have a look for something about rural rates or transport on our roads, it's not quite so easy to find the reasoning behind those things. So just as federated farmers, we would like to know, why is that rural rate that little bit higher? And you also refer to the land drainage rate. Well, there are not many land drainage areas on Banks Peninsula. So whether it's the way you've actually presented it to us as a community, perhaps you need to be looking at how you present that. You perhaps shouldn't have included the land drainage rate in it to get that average price for rural properties. So look, we welcome the opportunity of working with the council as well. The rates rebate scheme, the UAGC. Look, we need to celebrate that, because last year you were talking about reducing it to $50, and so that would have created a higher rate for us as rural ratepayers. So it's spread more evenly across the community. So we appreciate that, but we're still suggesting it goes to 30%, of which the maximum you're allowed to go to. So, and there we talked about other things that we would like to see happen. We're very keen to be involved in the climate change and community resilience, Sarah, so yes.
So Pam, do you support the resilience fund, climate change resilience?
Yes, I think we said there, for climate, with a view to create a fund if the rating impact can be minimised.
And that's a big if, isn't it? But
yes, yes.
Right, questions, Sarah, and then Yanni.
Yeah, just on that. Beats Peninsula has a lot of roads that are already sometimes impacted by severe weather, and
Yes.
lots of those low-lying coastal roads.
Yes.
That access to the rural communities is one of the things that the Resilience Fund, one of the proposals for it to be able to help with that access in the future. So
Right.
yeah.
We must thank the council for the work that they've done on the roads. They're superb, some of those repairs that have been done, very prompt.
Gosh.
We are worried about, though, the traffic management. We are worried about the traffic management that's done on the roads, and we're told that it's the same as what they have in the city, but it must be costing you a small fortune. And if you could tell us how much is being spent on traffic management around the work that's being on Banks Peninsula, we'd appreciate it, and the council might appreciate the cost.
We hear that Wakako Tahi are reviewing the guidelines.
And Yanni.
Thank you for the submission. A kind of combination of all three. But at the first one, you talked about investing and getting more.
Yeah.
And then you talked about, second one, you talked about Takapuneke. And then the third one, you talked about prioritising what we're spending to keep rates down.
Yeah.
So just wondering, when I look at Takapuneke, given the cultural significance of it, not just to Christchurch, but to Canterbury, to New Zealand, and to other, philanthropic funders, I would hope as well, like Rata, do you think there's a case that we shouldn't be funding it all, and that we should actually be trying to get external funding towards what is one of the most significant sites in New Zealand?
No, I don't think so. It's been our councils over the years that have caused the problems and that have done the damage to the site. So we have got some responsibility in the reparation of those sites. It's Anuku that's leading this project, and so it should be Anuku, and we're making sure that before we go to the outside organisations for any more funding, is that we've got all the protocols and policies in place so that Anuku is respected with the site, with being involved in it, and that can continue down the track. So it will come with time, but we need to be looking at, repairing it after the things that we've done to the site.
We've heard from a number of groups that have now lost funding from Rata because it doesn't fit their criteria. This would seem to fit the criteria.
No,
for
it doesn't
Rata.
fit the criteria. We've had a Rata come to see us. It's more for deprived communities.
Hardly anything fits Rata's criteria.
No,
now.
it doesn't.
And
It's off the radar. Yes, yes.
Okay. As you finished your presentation?
Yes.
Pam? Any other questions? So if we just note the coastal erosion, I want connection with staff on Pigeon Bay, and then engagement with the community on the Akaroa wastewater treatment part, even if it's just clear communication would be really helpful, and the question about the rural rate would be good. That's pretty much it. Last question from Tyrone.
Last question. And Pam, do you have any further comments just around the resilience of roads and culverts and that kind of thing? On
There's plenty of things, Tyrone, and in fact, I think we'll probably come and meet with you and just talk that through with you.
We'll take that offline.
Yes, we will. Roads need to be looked after appropriately, and our standards do need to be improved. So, yeah, the skills of the operators need to be extended. Yeah, improved.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks so much, Pam. It's nice to see you. All right. So next up we have Surinder Tandon on the Christchurch Multicultural Council, Inc. Welcome.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Surinder. Welcome.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Good afternoon, namaste, and greetings in the other languages of over 180 ethnic communities we represent here in our multicultural city. Christchurch Multicultural Council, which is an incorporated society, is a voluntary organization working in the advocacy and advisory role for the ethnic communities for the last 35 years. I've been on the executive committee for the last 25 years and been the chair or president unopposed, elected unopposed since 2009. And I value our strong relationship between Multicultural Council and Christchurch City Council, as you all know. What do we do? Just very briefly, I'm not going to read my submission. I'm just going to talk about key points, acknowledgements, and appeal or request, right? So what we do, we foster and promote unity in diversity. We are one kotato tato, as we know, social cohesion, civic participation, capacity building, greater ethnic representation, well-being, and last but not the least, territory-based multiculturalism, as we know, who are I, how. We work very closely with the Christchurch City Council, as I mentioned before, as well as with the neighboring district councils, Selwyn and Waimakariri, government agencies, NGOs, and the CARL communities as well. We have over 80 formal membership representing various ethnic groups and agencies. Our submission has been mainly on the aspects of your heading in the long-term plan called Our Community Outcomes and Priorities. So firstly, on behalf of the Christchurch Multicultural Council, I would like to acknowledge your funding for the opening of so-called Christchurch Multicultural Recreation and Community Center. As you know that Multicultural Council, Refugee Council, and Hagley College, spoke in this very chamber twice in the, previous years, appealing for the, funding for the formation of so-called multicultural hub that time. So we very much value your, funding for that. And now we see that it has been launched and been used. And we also acknowledge that you have allocated about $1.257 million for, over 10-year period for the development of facilities there. We would like adequate resourcing and allocation of funds for the refurbishment and operation of that for wider community. We, Multicultural Council, requests Christchurch City Council not to disestablish its Multicultural Committee. It had been running for 2 terms under the chairmanship of former Councillor Jimmy Chen. This Multicultural Committee has been found to be an effective medium for the implementation of multicultural strategy, for communication with Multicultural Council and other CARD agencies, NGOs, government departments, ethnic community groups, for updates, community issues and needs, funding, events, and all that. This has been found very effective, and we appeal to City Council to continue and fulfill, its role as in the form of Multicultural Committee. As before, we refer you to the Objective 1.3 of Strengthening Communities Together strategy, which also refers to multicultural strategy in its Pillar 1, Objective 1.3. We appreciate there is a multicultural advisory group, but we, Multicultural Council, are not on that group. Unfortunately, our application for nomination was declined because it was told to us that Christchurch City Council, through Multicultural Committee, already communicates with the Multicultural Council. So we now have no formal platform to communicate with City Council. So also there is a welcoming communities program. Now City Council has started supporting, which was started by Immigration New Zealand. So we were supporting your Multicultural Committee, advisor and other staff. But I'm saying there is a need for Multicultural Committee. And we represent over 180 ethnic communities, and they all say that, Christchurch City Council was the first in New Zealand to have multicultural strategy, was the first in New Zealand to have multicultural center, was the first in New Zealand to have multicultural committee, and now we see that there's no multicultural committee since the last, election, if I say. And
I don't want to be rude, Surinder, but your 5 minutes is up, so if you could.
Yeah, so we would very much like to, appeal to Christchurch City Council to, relook at restarting the Multicultural Committee. We we support your multicultural portfolio chair, Councillor Tyler, and your other colleagues, and of course the other staff at the Multicultural Center. So just finishing off, we like to say that Christchurch Multicultural Strategy is an independent standalone strategy. It doesn't. I know it refers to strengthening communities, but it's a separate strategy, and City Council needs to acknowledge that in the long-term plan. There's no mention of the word multicultural in the discussion plan document, and we would like City Council to retain the multicultural committee, keep implementing the multicultural strategy, so that we also support you for implementing the recommendations of the Royal Commission report on the 15th March mosque attacks, which City Council has acknowledged supporting that by the former Mayor Leanne Dalzell. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Excellent.
Nami Inui, thank you so much for the opportunity. Any questions?
I'm sorry, there's no time today.
Okay, thank you
very much.
I'm happy to meet with any councillors or team
Offline,
members later
yeah.
offline.
That'd
Thank
be
you so
great.
much.
Thank you. Welcome to Joanne Tyndall.
Pauline, just on the staff requests, because we've been doing them as we go through, could we get an update on that? Because I for one, would be interested in, Tyler leading a committee again.
On the
We're
committee?
halfway through the term, so just on that one, could be interesting. We've had a specific request for it. Is it too
No,
late?
that's okay.
So you don't want to do it?
I don't
question
mind
on
if
the
Councillor Kewen wants to put the question through because
Yep.
we know what the response will be. So welcome. To put through for staff, yeah.
It's a question around advice on what events potentially at risk for the multicultural community if we cut event funding as proposed, such as the Christchurch Holy Festival of Colours, which relies on the events funding.
Have you captured that,
Thank you.
Kathy? Thanks, Andre. Sorry about that. Fire away. Your 5 minutes is starting now.
Thank you. Ko Joanne Tyndall toku ingoa. I have concerns over the level of rates increase over the coming 2 years of the current plan, and know that even though the rates increase near the end of the 10-year period is more manageable, this will change as the years progress. Council is making it so that those citizens of Christchurch that have stuck by this city throughout the hardships since the earthquakes and more recently the pandemic cannot afford to stay in their homes. I've made some comments about the different points of rates, which I won't go through because you've got those already. Through the resident survey, it's been seen that the residents of Christchurch are less than satisfied in some areas of Christchurch City Council performance. These ratings indicate to me that the residents of Christchurch are wanting us to spend money on the areas of least satisfaction. I noticed that the council is considering and wanting feedback on alternative opportunities. One of those was bid funding for major and business events. Council is funding events for community benefit through events such as the Summer Times program. I believe that we need to pull back on investing on additional major events if it requires council money when council gets little or no benefit from it. Council has a significant part in funding infrastructure such as Te Kaha, the Canterbury's multi-use arena, Paracore Recreation and Sports Centre and Naval Point to ensure that we can host world-class events in Christchurch. I know that the council has already been out to our neighbouring councils for funding assistance for those big projects because they're not just being used by Christchurch residents. We must continue to put pressure on this front. The gap between Christchurch City Council area and Selwyn District Council area is diminishing by the second with expansion in the south of the city. I believe in public services for the public good, not private profit. I believe that we must leave bid funding for major events at current levels and no increase. There's also comments about reducing services to help reduce rates increases. The resident survey showed what the residents of Christchurch were most satisfied with. Council should not be cutting services that the public expect from council, the core services. Reducing services would also affect staff on the lowest incomes in the organisation. Council should be doing more things in-house as opposed to contracting out. Consultants are very expensive. Cutbacks in funding of core services would affect the council's ability to respond to the needs of the community. Council spending should be focused on the services that the council currently provides. Council is required to respond to emergencies such as weather events, fire and earthquakes, to name just a few recent examples. All staff are required to respond to any emergency in whatever way is needed. If services are cut, Council will not have the staff to be able to respond to these types of events, and the ability of the Council to respond will diminish. Christchurch City Council is currently a living wage employer, and I want to see the Council remain accredited with this, meaning that all Council workers are being paid the bare living wage. The long-term budget provides, the long-term plan provides the budget that includes the funding for staff. I've heard people through the submission processes over the last few days talking about rates being at a level that is affordable for all residents of Christchurch. Staff who work in Christchurch City Council are often ratepayers in Christchurch as well, and cost of living affects the staff working at the council. It is important that council reminds itself that one of the most important resources that the council has is its people. Thank you for the opportunity for
Thank you very much.
presenting.
That's perfectly timed. Thank you. Okay, so we'll move on to Nolene Marsh. Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Thanks
Ready-
for coming in.
Ready to start?
Yes, your time
Okay.
starts now.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here. I'm Nolene Marsh. My submission spoke mostly to saving money and a lot about Wilson's parking, with the question, why doesn't the council run the parking in the city, keeping the funds for our city instead of giving it to Wilson's, where the money is taken offshore, leaving us with expensive parking in muddy, potholey lots. But there is more behind this one suggestion of saving money. When the council takes our money in rates, they take our lives, and the council needs to keep in mind that it is our money running this city, and they need to be careful with our money and therefore our lives. For instance, how much of our rates money is being spent on traffic calming measures throughout the city? Tennyson Street calming mats, as one example, laid in a street with designated, separated from the road cycle paths its whole length, surely have no place there. At an enormous cost, these mats create an annoying, noisy, as cars slow and speed up, unnecessary measure. Also, the lips and humps put in at Lincoln Road and Whiteley Ave intersection. As a passenger in the bus that flew through this intersection yesterday, ignoring the lips and having me leave my seat, it's obvious that they don't work, are extremely annoying for drivers and a waste of our money. These measures do not make safer drivers. They cause frustrated, stressed and angry drivers who are struggling to get around the city in a timely manner as more and more of these are put in place. It is our ratepayers' money being wasted on these measures. The money would be better spent on driver courses and education, especially starting at school-level drivers to instill better skills in our upcoming population of drivers. I cycle through the city centre and find this the most dangerous area for cycling, as I'm squeezed into a narrow street inches from the car beside me, leaving me catching my wheel in the gutter as there is no room to move, or riding out in the middle of the traffic, both options feeling very unsafe. Is the narrowing of streets really safe and effective? Could our money be saved for better things in the city, like, yes, the swimming pool, the stadium, the infrastructure of pipes, sewage and rubbish disposal, and big events for community? These are life-enhancing options for our money to be spent on for ratepayers, community and the city as a whole. In saving our money, I implore you to also look carefully at climate change measures, and as the motorcycle ad suggests, look again, look again, look again. At the science, and especially at the science that is refuting climate change. We all read articles which reinforce our view, as that is what makes us feel comfortable and reassured that we are correct in our thinking. But I suggest to the council, who is spending our money, that you look again, and make careful decisions on whether climate change spending is necessary. Yes, please put in measures which protect our environment from harm. But if climate change is the reason to spend our money, then follow the money trail. Who is making millions off the climate change narrative? Are the Chinese paying attention, or are they building a new coal-powered station a week? Are the billionaires giving up their cars and planes and travel? Or are we, the lowly and poor ratepayers, being asked to stump up for the measures that will not make a difference to this world? Every decade we have been told that if we don't do something soon, in 9 years the world will be left flooded and dead. And every decade we are told the same story. It hasn't happened to their predictions yet. The world is currently at 0.04% carbon dioxide. If it falls to 0.02%, life will not exist. We cannot afford to keep reducing it. Plants, our food sources, trees will not survive, and neither will we. Did humans create the Ice Age? Did we warm the planet enough to have dinosaurs roaming the world? Did we kill the dinosaurs? Did humans make continental drift? And are we in charge of sun flares which affect our climate? No, and humans are not the reason for the climate changing now either. Please don't spend our money on unnecessary projects around the climate change narrative. In summary, my submission is about councillors being careful with our money and therefore our lives, and always look again, look again, look again before spending. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Councillor Moore and then Councillor Scandrett if it's time.
Thank you. You mentioned the preference of council-run parking.
Yeah.
I mean, am I right in assuming you'd prefer us to retain ownership of the Hereford Street car park as opposed to selling it off, as may have been proposed?
If that's going to make us money, yes.
They could. Pretty good to put the rates up there.
Tim?
Yes.
Thank you very much for your submission. With regards to the cushions that are put on, like Tennyson Street, they're actually a lot cheaper than digging the road up and making major changes. And it's the only way we've been able to get people to slow down for school kids getting across that road. So it has been a problem there. And the same with Whiteley Ave. But I do agree with you with regards to the bus driver. ECAN, you should contact them and just explain their bus driver. Because I followed a bus the other day on Kashmir Road and it was doing 75 Ks. So, you know, and then when I rang them, it's kind of, oh, well, you know, mate, 75. So I do feel
There's a
your
bit
pain.
of local knowledge for you. Thank you, Tim. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Could I please call Joe Bethel? No.
Can I start?
Hi.
Hi. Kia ora koutou. I'm Jo Bethel. I'm kind of presenting here on behalf of the Te Aratai College School Board. I'm the chair of the Finance Committee and a board member. I'm also the parent of 2 students that cycle from Hillsborough to Te Aratai every day along the Inshall's Alderlands Road. So I should say I've got a very tight, focused submission here today, which is please include the Te Aratai Cycleway in the long-term plan budget, you know, sooner rather than later. It would be awesome. I understand the situation with the government funding being pulled, but it's actually a really critical pathway. We're really keen to ensure that more students ride. As a cyclist myself, and riding along that road is horrendous. There's some, you know, ferry road traffic, you know, area is really challenging and dangerous. So we want to encourage more. The only way to do that is really, you know, with a safe cycleway to encourage those less confident cyclists. So that's really it.
Great. Oh, well, we've got some time for questions for you. Is anyone? Councillor Templeton.
Thanks for that, Joe. Listen, when the decision was made to push pause, Bronwyn Hayward came in and talked about the increase in cycling at Te Aratai already, but also with some concerns about safety. What's your understanding about the rise in numbers cycling and the current kind of safety issues on Albans Ensours?
Yeah,
I mean, I know that we've had some teachers that are scared, don't want to be manning the traffic crossing. I know that actually since I put my submission in, that actually 30k speed zones have actually gone up, so that's fantastic. But I think there still is an issue, there in terms of student numbers. We are getting an increasing number of students coming from the other side of Brougham Street, and basically access along the Aldwins and Swords Road, is more. So the numbers are increasing.
Thanks. Thank you. Councillor Kewen?
Yeah. Can you still get in off Ryan Street to the college?
Which one's Ryan Street?
Runs off Ferry Road, then Ryan's into the... You used to be able to go into school that way. Is that closed off now?
There's several. You can kind of access it.
The Edmunds factory, and then round that way and down there.
Yeah, you can still get through there. The
Right.
issue still is crossing Ferry Road,
Right.
And where you actually access that. And when the cycleway is being kind of looked at, I mean, I looked at specifically at that as to alternative ways.
Yeah.
Really, that Ferry Road Aldwins Ensor intersection is a nightmare, and it needs some significant change to make it safe for cyclists, particularly that corner where you've got Couplands and everyone there. There's just cars going everywhere. And even if you accessed off Ryan's...
you'd need a shared path up to the lights and then use the lights to get across.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks for coming in. Appreciate that. It's really helpful. Okay, we are running a little bit ahead of time because I skipped over the 15-minute break. I assume we don't really need it. Everyone okay to carry on? Yeah. Is Ben Elder, the Christchurch Enviro Hub? Okay, Don Jellyman? Yay, perfect.
Volume's loud on that, it's feeding out.
Oh, is that whistle?
Yeah.
Turn it off.
Turn it off? Okay.
It's only for questions that I would...
Thanks, Aaron. Wondered what that was.
Thank you for the opportunity to make a brief presentation. I just wanted to cover four points quite briefly. I attended a council meeting at the Avonhead church where Councillor McDonald's at. And I just wanted to comment firstly on the Resilience Fund, which I have some quite strong views on climate change, and I get rather annoyed at some of the misinformed ideas and opinions that are expressed. But really, regardless of where we come from on that issue, the climate is changing. Sea levels are rising, temperatures are getting hotter, and so forth. So, as individuals, communities, and as a nation, we do need to anticipate and plan for more change, including the impact of more extreme future weather events. So in my mind, having a substantial resilience fund is essential and is responsible governance. Alongside this, we need to significantly reduce our greenhouse gas emissions, and again, Council must take even greater initiatives in this area. I've wept when I consider the environmental degradation my grandchildren are inheriting. Moving to cycleways, I'm a member of a cycling club and I use cycleways frequently. Do a number of things like reducing traffic congestion, greenhouse gas emissions, providing access, exercise. Those are all great outcomes. But I want to acknowledge the current high cost, and I would endorse a comment made by the Mayor at that meeting when he said they don't need to be of Rolls-Royce standards. And I would recommend some sacrifice in quality for continuity of the cycleway program. Moving to environmental enhancement. Increasingly, people need green places and spaces, and the red zone offers huge potential for establishing spacious green places, re-establishing green corridors, native tree plantings, and so forth. And I would commend the Council for development of wetlands and swales, important habitats for birds and fish. I'm an authority on native fish, so I have a bit of a bias, but bear with me. The red zone offers a unique opportunity for providing considerable additional green space within the city boundaries. And finally, one thing that I didn't hear mentioned at the meeting I attended was the social responsibility of council. I chair a community trust, Papanui Baptist Freedom Trust, and together with other trusts in Northwest Christchurch, we run a number of very successful programs and events for our local community. We're extremely grateful to Council for being a significant funder of our work through the Strengthening Communities Fund and for the liaison and networking activities run by Council community development staff. Given the increasing social needs of loneliness, isolation and economic hardship, maintenance of this fund is essential for the continued community work of our and other trusts. Please be mindful of the increasing social needs when final decisions about finances are being made. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was succinct. Are there any questions for Don? So are you supporting the Strengthening Communities Fund at the level that it is?
Hang on.
Sorry, but thank you.
Sign language week too. I'm sorry, I apologise, I don't have sign language, and it's sign language week.
Can you hear that?
No.
Is your hearing aid on?
On.
Is your on?
No.
Is it on? Can you turn it on?
With difficulty. Sorry, what was the question?
Sorry, Pauline, repeat your question. You'll be able to lip read me.
No.
Lip read.
Are you happy with the level of the Strengthening Communities Fund at the moment?
Yes, we are.
Thank you.
Yes. We cross 2 wards, and so we're very grateful to have 3-year funding from both of them.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So now do we have the Christchurch Environment Hub? Yes. Ben Older.
Kia ora koutou katoa, ko Ben Tokoingawa. I'm the Trust Manager for Christchurch Enviro Hub. Nice to meet you all. Thank you for providing Christchurch Enviro Hub with the opportunity to do a verbal submission today. And before I start, I'll be touching on a few specific points made within our submission, but before I start, I would just like to recognise all of your efforts and all that you do, because this is a hard job, so thank you.
Thank you.
Christchurch Enviro Hub are supportive of the community outcomes and strategic priorities described in the introduction of the LTP, and will be extremely happy to see the Council fulfil these. We also endorse the creation of the Climate Resilience Fund, and we feel the environmental network inclusive of Enviro Hub are particularly well placed to support the Council in achieving these outcomes and priorities. We advocate for continued public input, imaginative responses, and sound analysis of environmental impacts as the Council confronts the challenges of the next decade. I would like to highlight some of what Enviro Hub has been able to achieve through funding made available to us through the CCC Sustainability and Innovation Fund, as well as CCC Strengthening and Communities Fund. The first thing I'd like to highlight is the Stormwater Super Trailer, just on the screen above you. So the Stormwater Trailer is a community accessible education resource on wheels surrounding the themes of stormwater and contamination with inbuilt games and entertainment. In its initial first-year trial with CEH in managing the trailer, the S&I Fund helped cover the project costs of running the trailer. We've engaged with over 4,000 people in the last 1.5 years and come to realise there's a huge lack of awareness in the community around people knowing where stormwater goes and that it doesn't get filtered or cleaned first. So it's been to places such as New World, Maitatin, Hornby Mall, Palms Mall, and a few more public events such as Children's Day and Culture Galore, as well as a variety of schools. We have secured a contract for the upcoming council financial year, but after that, there is no guarantee of a future contract due to availability and budget. We especially feel the trailer complements the community outcomes set out by the council in terms of community connectedness and keeping our awa and moana clean. The next slide was EnviroKids. So EnviroKids is an engaging and empowering program that provides collaborative activities that highlight the themes of work in the environmental sector. We've engaged with 4,700 tamariki through the program and have spread awareness around the environmental sector in doing so. Enviro Hub events. So these events vary from strategic, informative, community voice enhancing, and connection-based events, often giving platform to the network and collectively celebrating the work of the sector. CH has been supporting democratic processes by organising presentations and discussions on council and central government plans so that people and organisations can be well informed and better able to write submissions. We intend to continue providing such opportunities in the future. Over 1,100 people have engaged with EnviroKids events in the last year. Go on to the next one. So these are the volunteering and internship opportunities that through these funds we have been able to provide and offer. We have had over 3,700 volunteer hours within the last 2 years. The opportunities for volunteers and interns to upskill themselves through their areas of community engagement, such as the stormwater trailer work, childhood education through the EnviroKids work, marketing and communications, graphic and web design, running events, administration, and to be immersed in the environmental sector. Because for a lot of people, there's not too much awareness that the sector is there, and there's all these non-for-profit groups doing work in it. Next slide. So the environmental network. We've built a map and directory showcasing all the organisations and groups in the network, and there's 300 plus of them, which is a lot. There's a picture up there just to show some of the impact stories we've been doing recently, showcasing and telling more individual stories of these groups and what they're doing. The themes of the work that they do surround community, food, land, restoration, support, waste, water, and energy. There's a lot of impact through collective power, and I've seen firsthand the amazing things these groups have achieved through their determination and hard work. Not to mention, they all obtain thousands and thousands of volunteer hours to get the work that they do done. So I just want you to imagine for a minute, if EnviroHub is able to achieve all of what I've just shown you from portions of the funds made available, just imagine all the network is able to achieve with access to these funds as well. A lot of these groups rely on funding from the Sustainability and Innovation Fund and the Strengthening Community Fund, which is why it's so important to ensure that these funds are well stocked and kept available for these groups. Listening to and putting in place a long-term plan that enables a strong green sector, so reduce obstacles, collaboration, imaginative think tanks, consultation means Christchurch EnviroHub and the organisations we work alongside will help enable the council to meet future environmental challenges. It has been an absolute pleasure working with councils, and EnviroHub hopes to continue doing so in the future. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much for ending on such a positive note and those kind words about the council. Really appreciate it. Thanks for everything that you're doing, and thanks for coming in to present to us.
No
Found
worries.
that really helpful personally. Thank you.
Cheers. Any questions? Or?
No, we don't have time for
you
questions.
don't have time for
I'm
those?
sorry. I'm really sorry about that. We're in
That's
a tight
okay.
schedule.
Well, thank you.
So before I call Ross from Te Pai, I'd just like to request that members to stay on after the end of the hearings just for a 5-minute update on the process for tomorrow from the Chief Executive. Right, Ross, talk to us about Te Pai. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Probably not about Te Pai, but about the bid fund. So,
okay. Wrong title here then, but you go ahead.
From Te Pai though.
Yep.
Kia ora koutou, thank you very much for the opportunity of talking with you today. I'm sure you guys are getting a bit weary after 3 days of presentation, so I appreciate your perseverance. I do have a slide hopefully coming up. Here today to discuss the support for City Convention Bid Fund. I don't know that. Yeah, I can do that. We can do that. I thought it was a great presentation. So, let's try and move that along. Soon. There you go. It was really great to see that the strategic framework had, in the long-term plan, highlighted business events as a key explanation to providing a thriving and prosperous city. What was disappointing, though, that the long-term plan doesn't have any convention city fund for 25 to 27, when we had $500,000 for 2024. We asked that that fund be reinstated to the same level for Christchurch, New Zealand, for 25 to 27 to be able to try and fund best for city approach to bid for conventions for our city. And allow Christchurch to compete with Wellington and Auckland. As you may know, Wellington has a convention centre that's opened now, and Auckland opened their convention centre next year. And that also allows us to compete with Australia and other destinations. If we were to look at this conference, for example, it's a fictitious conference, but if we were to chase this event, we'd be chasing this event for 2026, not this year, out of the funds for this year, because conventions know where they're going next year. They know where they're going the year after. And we'd probably be competing against Auckland and against Wellington, and it'd be and probably one Australian destination. It'd be about $4 million worth for the city. The way the bids work is the city fund is used to support our bid. And for example, in this one, $30,000, we are able then to get matching dollar for dollar funding from Tourism New Zealand to support that as well. But it has to be matching dollar for the city fund. And the venue, whether it's us or whether it's the town hall or whether it's a hotel, would put some in-kind support, whether that's rental rebating or AV support or the like. So we put in $90,000 to try and get $4 million worth of economic value for the city. If we don't have the support from the bid fund, we can't access Tourism New Zealand bid fund. So our support comes down only to the venue fund. And then Auckland and Wellington do have access to funding and get access to Tourism New Zealand funding. The Australian venues have even more funding than we were able to get, but we would not be able to win this convention for our city. Most international conventions require some sort of funding. If you look at conferences, we know the economic impact of conferences, but they do smooth out seasonality of visitation to our city. 83% of Te Pai Christchurch business is between May and November. We bring visitors here when it's quieter in the city, outside of the traditional leisure tourism months. Provide a showcase for our Te Ao Māori. Just about every conference that we host, whether national or international, has a mihi whakatau at the start of that conference by Whiti Ora, part of Ngāi Tuhuriri, and they're an integral part of what we do. We give access to world leaders to our people. Asia Pacific Seeds was in our town only in November last year. We are world leaders in carrot seeds. 50% of the world's carrot seeds come from our region. They had access to world leaders to take them to show them their produce and their production facilities, sharing knowledge and ideas. We've got Royal Australasian College of Surgeons in there at the moment. Our surgeons are working with other surgeons looking for ways of doing things better. That's in our backyard. We showcase to the world what our business has to offer, whether that's through our own food and beverage, 222 local suppliers we use. Last night at the Royal Australasian College of Surgeons dinner, that was their gala dinner. They were entertained by local artists, a violinist, a guitarist and a vocalist from Christchurch, showcasing themselves to these delegates in our city and getting paid for it, I might add. Conventions give us a chance to stand on the global stage. They give us a chance to puff our chest out and make ourselves be heard. Christchurch, New Zealand have had a fund since 22, so in the 3 years, the estimated visitor spend has been about 46.9 million. 35 to 1 is the investment that they will invest in, only if they won't invest in anything under that. And if a bid is lost or an event is not held, we do not pay. It's 100% guaranteed return on investment. And without bid funding, we can't bid for international conferences. And without bid funding, as I said, we can't access Tourism New Zealand dollar for dollar funding. So I ask that you reconsider instating the $500,000 to Christchurch, New Zealand for the 25 to 27 years. Christchurch, New Zealand use that on a best for city approach for bidding and allow us to compete with Christchurch to compete with Wellington, Auckland, Australia and other destinations. Thank you.
Perfect. We've got time for one quick question from Andre.
Thank you. So the events you're talking about, as we know, provide a return of $35 to the dollar spent. Comparatively, the last Commonwealth Games provide an economic return of around $1 to the dollar spent. But as it stands currently, we are investigating Commonwealth Games bid and we're proposing to cut the very funds that provide a 35 to 1 return. I mean, what confidence does that give you in the sector that we're making smart investments that provide a return?
What I would say is you also, of course, I want you to bid at the convention bid fund. I think that's important. What I also think is to put Christchurch on the international stage and to be able to host an event of an international standard like the Commonwealth Games. It also allows us to puff our chests out and showcase what we've got to offer. Conventions, though, add a greater economic return than, say, a leisure tourist. The $35 to 1 investment is more than you're ever going to get on any leisure tourism investment.
So, Ross, thank you. Look, I've just got a quick one. The common comments that I hear out there is, why are different cities in New Zealand competing against each other with bids, and why don't we just have one national bid program? Can you give us an answer to that, please?
Because the value of the events for the city is so much that each of the cities understand what they mean and what they can bring to a city. So there's always going to be competition in relation to that. And if we aren't in that game, then the momentum that we've gained over the last few years, and we've started to gain that momentum, not only will it be lost, that momentum will go to our competitors. And our competitors are Wellington, are Auckland, and East Coast Australia.
Yeah, but the School of Knowledge implies that an organiser of an event will play off each city against each other. Do you have a comment on that?
They're doing that now.
Yeah. Many years ago, we did that. We held hands with other cities to try and work as a team until one of the others went out the back door and did the deal behind everybody else.
No. The thing that I would say is the events that are supported are international events. And so we're generally competing internationally. It's a bit like the Olympics. We would bid to be able to host for New Zealand, and then we'll go and take on those others.
Great. Hey, thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation. Right. So that brings us to the end. When we've cleared the chamber, we'll just have a quick update from, is it from Mary? Yeah. And we'll reconvene, we'll adjourn the meeting till 12 o'clock tomorrow.